really good secrets, like some special just Darnell stuff, and I'm so honored. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Things I've just been working on for about 10 to 12 years.
Yeah.
Gave them to you in 10 to 12 minutes.
I know. It's like all this heart. I'm really excited to try it.
You did a great job.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yes.
That's right.
The surf, the sand, and endless waves of boardwalk bites. For generations, millions of Americans have been flocking to New Jersey's iconic beaches. In the early 20th century, the Jersey Shore pioneered boardwalk culture in the United States, introducing new forms of entertainment, gaming, and nightlife. However, any trip to the shore just wouldn't be complete without the food, of course. So come along as we hit the boardwalk for a tasty trip down memory lane. Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Atlantic City is home to America's first boardwalk. This seaside town flourished in the late 1800s, thanks in large part to Dr. Jonathan Pitney, who saw a lucrative opportunity.
Atlantic City became the resort it is now when some genius thought of a way to get from Philadelphia to the ocean. And he drew a straight line almost, and they built a railroad. For the first time, a working person could spend the day at the beach and be back at work.
That meant families of any means now had easy access to new types of entertainment. To keep up with the beach boom, bustling boardwalks soon began popping up and down the shore. That legacy continues today, with the boardwalk offering a little something for everyone, from lively casinos to rides and games, and plenty of beachy bites.
Saltwater taffy, of course. Our favorite is the saltwater taffy.
My favorite flavor of taffy is definitely the creamsicle.
The memories when my father used to bring them home, the taste of it, the smell, and how it used to stick in my mouth with the teeth.
It's sticky, it's sweet, and it is truly a beloved boardwalk treat. Saltwater taffy was invented at the Jersey Shore in the late 1800s. Shriver's in Ocean City has been pulling this iconic candy for just as long. Today, this giant beachside emporium is dishing up the shore's most famous candy and a bountiful batch of novelty sweets. Candy shop owner Myrtle has been living the sweet life since she was a kid.
When I was really young, we used to come down and stay with my grandfather and my grandmother. There were a few nights that he would suggest that we would go back to the stores with him, and that was super magical. We would only be allowed to get a couple of pieces of candy, which was usually saltwater taffy.
Shriver's Saltwater Taffy and Fudge was founded by William Shriver in 1898. It's the oldest business on the Ocean City Boardwalk. Merrill's grandfather, Henry Glazer, was one of 4 brothers who purchased the shop in 1959.
They came as immigrants through Philadelphia. They knew a lot about confections from Germany. Their grandfather was a confection chef, so he taught them how to do certain things,
including how to perfect different taffy and chocolate recipes. Taffy first popped up in the United States in the early 1800s. But saltwater taffy originated in Atlantic City at the turn of the century. Its name coming from a popular beachside fable.
There was a man who was selling taffy from a taffy stand on the beach in Atlantic City.
A storm came up along the Jersey Shore very quickly, and it soaked all of his candy.
Of course, he was very upset, and a little girl came up and asked if she could have some of his saltwater taffy. The wife in the background recognized this as being a wonderful marketing, so she then suggested to her husband to name it saltwater taffy, and since then it's stuck.
When Merrill's grandfather and his brothers first took over, the shop offered 17 flavors of taffy.
Saltwater taffy and fudge held up pretty well to the heat and humidity of the shore, so they really expanded on the flavors and expanded on that idea.
Over time, each generation coming up with tantalizing new tastes, from the fun and fruity to seasonal specials and the truly wild and wacky.
I had watched a lot of people come into the store and take different flavors, put them together, twist them up and eat them, and I thought, well, maybe we should be doing this for them. So we decided to make the twisted flavors.
Now, on any given day, they offer more than 60 flavors. Myrtle started working in her grandfather's shop as a young adult. She even found romance on the line.
It was my first year as the production manager in the back, which is where I met my husband. He was working here.
Now, a new generation of the Vangelov family is mastering the labor-intensive process of pulling taffy.
I want to be the next Taffy Picasso.
After years of studying at the shop, Myrtle's oldest son, Adrian, recently started manning the machines on his own.
It's my whole life. I've been doing it every summer. It's just an amazing experience. I enjoy hanging out with my family.
The process starts at the taffy cooking machine. To make the plain base, a mix of sugars and fats are added to a copper kettle and heated to a boil. Despite its name, there's actually no salt in this sticky treat.
There's people who actually really expect it to be there, but unfortunately we don't go out to the ocean and grab salt water from the ocean.
The hot liquid taffy is poured into plastic bins, then moved to a 100-degree hot box to set.
It can't cool down entirely, otherwise it would turn into a piece of brick.
Once the taffy firms up, it's dropped onto a cooling table and gently stretched. Then the fun begins.
First we add in the coloring, so then we can stick a little bit better.
This grape taffy gets a generous painting of purple food coloring, then citric acid is sprinkled in for flavor.
Now we close it up just so nothing escapes.
The taffy rests once more before it's brought to the famous pulling machine. As the taffy gets stretched and pulled, the color and flavorings get mixed in with the base. It also becomes lighter and airier, creating that signature stick-to-your-teeth chew.
So the tricks to making taffy are to having the right temperatures inside and outside. Otherwise it gets sticky and it starts to stick to the machines.
The still warm taffy is loaded into the batch roller, where it's gently shaped into long ropes. Then it's cut into the classic shape and wrapped in Schreiber's paper.
Sometimes we'll make 100-pound batches, but each batch is 50 pounds, and our machines run at about 300 to 350 pieces a minute.
The machines at Schreiber's are from the 1950s, making this a truly nostalgic pastime.
You guys want to try a sample?
Thank you.
Meeting taffy lovers is one of the best parts of the job.
Thank you.
I love watching young children in the store and then also with the taffy. Sometimes they're even eating the wrapper, so it must be really good.
Schreiber's is one of just a few places on the Jersey Shore where guests can still see taffy being pulled every day and snag a piece fresh off the line.
It's not so horrible to be standing in the window being watched by everybody, so he loves it. He's having a great time with it.
In addition to taffy, Schreiber's also offers a variety of homemade fudge, plus chocolate-dipped pretzels and fruit. It's these little bites of nostalgia that have kept this family business booming for years.
We have people sharing stories all the time.
And Myrtle is looking forward to serving more generations of taffy lovers down at the shore.
I feel very blessed to be part of something that has been here as long as it has, but not only that, that has been part of the family. The fact that I get to share it with my husband and my children, it's a beautiful opportunity.
Oh, you can't beat the smell of funnel cakes wafting through the air. On the historic Atlantic City Boardwalk, there's one business that's really putting the fun into funnel cakes. At the Funnel Cake House, the sky is the limit when it comes to toppings. I mean, they've got every kind of topping you could possibly imagine. But it's their signature funnel cake sundae that's winning over legions of fans.
Favorite boardwalk treats would be funnel cake, of course.
Funnel cakes, we like funnel cakes.
I've had like 3 funnel cakes since I've been here, so definitely funnel cake.
From French fries to churros, even deep-fried Oreos. On the boardwalk, there's plenty of golden grub for every palate. But for the Gadd family of Atlantic City, one deep-fried delicacy tops them all.
I don't think anyone here in Atlantic City or probably anywhere else does, the type of toppings that we'd have, and we're always just creating new toppings and changing our menu every year.
With over 20 different toppings and sauces at Funnel Cake House, if you can dream it, they can make it. 30-year-old Tarek Gadd owns the shop with his parents Saeed and Monal. He's been a boardwalk regular since childhood.
Every summer since I was 7, I've been coming here, spending the entire summer. I remember when I was very young, I wanted to work.
Saeed and Monal immigrated to New Jersey from Alexandria, Egypt in 1989, the same year they got married.
The city what we born is the same, exactly looks like Atlantic City. That's why we love it here.
Soon, an opportunity came up to open a storefront on the boardwalk. With plenty of families passing by, Saeed knew this buzzy location would be a great spot to sell sweets. Tarek was an eager employee from the start.
I have a lot of memories, riding my bike on the boardwalk, being there with my dad, trying to help him out as much as I can.
Working with hot oil isn't child's play, but Tarek was given more responsibilities as a teen.
My dad waited till I was kind of old enough to, reach the fryer where I wouldn't really hurt myself. I think I was about 14, 15 when he started letting me make the funnel cakes.
After college, Tarek dabbled with a few office jobs, but those summers at the shore were hard to leave behind.
For me, it was terrible. I just hated sitting down in an office. Eventually, I just, found my way coming back here. I was just more comfortable working with family.
But in the beginning, funnel cakes weren't the focus.
It was soft ice cream, hard ice cream, water ice, milkshake, slush, and we add the funnel cake. Yeah, it was really busy because not too many people has that item.
After going back to the family stall full-time, Tarek really got down to business.
I kind of broke down the cost and the profit of every item. I just realized that funnel cakes were a better option to focus on.
Today, Funnel Cake House is one of the only boardwalk stalls making fresh funnel cakes from morning till nearly midnight, 7 days a week. There's no denying that this is the place to go for the most unique toppings.
The strawberry cheesecake funnel cake is very popular. The Cinnabon funnel cake is very popular. We have Oreo funnel cakes, Reese's funnel cakes, Hershey syrup, fudge brownie funnel cake, all the basics like the caramel, strawberry. Also the s'mores is really good. Yeah, actually, I forgot about that one. The s'mores is really good.
Making a great funnel cake requires both skill and speed. Every funnel cake starts out as a batter made with flour, sugar, and water. Oil is heated to nearly 400 degrees to ensure an even fry.
It comes out of the funnel, that's why it's called the funnel cake.
Now, when it comes to pouring, every funnel cake artist has their own method.
If it's really thick, we have to lift up. If it's not, we have to, keep close to the fryer.
Batter is carefully poured into a metal ring to create a cake shape. When it starts to turn golden brown, the cake gets flipped. Then onto the plate and time for the toppings. Oh yeah, baby. Powdered sugar is traditional, but this shop's signature sundae is a dessert lover's dream. Freshly dusted funnel cake gets a generous swirl of soft serve and the syrup of your choice. No surprise, it's been a big hit with tourists.
What I like about funnel cakes is the flavorness and the taste of strawberry. It's good.
All the way from North Carolina. That's it.
It's just like the texture of the actual
crunching
dough.
and the ice cream, the texture, the combination of the texture is great.
And local friends.
Dad, let's do it every morning. Come on, Dad, let's go.
Yes.
1, 2,
Yes, every morning.
3, 4, 5, 6,
Okay.
7, 8. Good job. I love you, Dad. We're retired. We're from San Diego. We're living here now. We met this beautiful family just walking the boardwalk. Their customer service is unbelievable. I call them Mom and Dad because they took Pam and I in as family.
After 25 years in business, the Gads still love delighting customers with their whimsical desserts.
We love being here. We're proud of Atlantic City, proud of its history. Hope families continue coming here for a long time. It's great. We love it here.
And this son is extremely proud of his father, who's given him so much in the place they call home.
An American dream, well, it was hard for him coming here. He's definitely very proud of where he's come, what he's done and how far he's come. Never quit. Having your dad as your manager is not always fun, but now it's really fun. It's amazing. We make all the decisions together. It's really great just being with your family every day. It's really a blessing.
Come on, let's face it. On a hot summer day, is there anything better than something icy to help cool you down? Well, Betty's Icebox in Asbury Park was one of the first boardwalk shops to offer a wide array of vegan sweet treats. But that doesn't make them any less decadent. From their Instagrammable, wacky watermelon shave ice to one-of-a-kind ice cream flavors, there's truly something for everyone here. Let's go meet the family. Betty's Icebox is located inside Asbury Park's historic convention hall. Opened in 1929, this unique venue has hosted iconic acts like Frank Sinatra, the Rolling Stones, and the boss himself, Bruce Springsteen. This lively town is well known for its bustling music and arts scene. But before hitting the bars, beachgoers flock here for food, souvenirs, and of course, ice-cold treats.
Thank you so much for coming.
It's called Betty's Icebox. Who's Betty?
We're all Bettys.
You're all Betty.
It's a collective Betty.
We're all Bettys. There you go. All four members of the Carr family work at Betty's. Mom Courtney is the brains of the operation. She comes up with their dreamy recipes. Husband Mike handles the business. And their two daughters, Phoebe and Eliza, well, they do a little bit of everything.
Phoebe is my older daughter, and she's more front of house. She manages the staff, and she runs our social media. And Eliza is my kitchen right-hand woman.
They started working at the store as teens, making ice pop. Did the girls want to get involved in first? Did you have
They had no choice.
Before opening Betty's, Courtney and Mike flipped houses. But Superstorm Sandy changed everything for the family in 2012. And so what made you decide, you know what, I think it's time to start a frozen confections business?
We lost our beach house in Sandy, and I just felt like, if I can't enjoy going and sitting on the beach, I might as well open a business and look at the view from this way.
Courtney always had a passion for healthy vegan eating, raising her daughters with a plant-based lifestyle. But why paletas and frozen treats?
Because it gave me the opportunity to create something that was completely creative and all natural, using local fruits and plant-based dyes.
Paletas are Mexican-style ice pops made with fresh fruit juices and real fruit pieces instead of artificial syrup. Of course, there are plenty of frozen sweet shops along Jersey Shore boardwalks, from Italian ice to frozen custard and endless ice cream. But it's not easy finding desserts without dairy, nuts, or artificial dyes. So in 2014, Courtney opened a food truck featuring 2 organic treats, shave ice and paletas.
The first item my daughter and I developed together was a watermelon lime ice pop. At 11 years old, sitting at our kitchen counter, and we gutted a watermelon, put it all together, and froze it and made ice pops.
You guys are known for your shave ice. How did you come up with that?
My sister had just come back from a trip to Hawaii and couldn't stop raving about the shave ice. And I said, I can make that. I want to make a healthy version of that. It's a very different texture. We make it from big 5-pound blocks of ice that we shave very finely with a razor and then flavor it with our all-natural syrup. So it has the consistency of snow.
The truck was a success, allowing the family to open a brick-and-mortar shop just a year later. Courtney expanded the menu to include homemade vegan gelato and natural candies. During the winter months, they even served oat milk hot chocolate. You know, I would think that you guys are meeting a moment right now because there's such an awareness of allergies.
We get a lot of calls from nervous moms saying, we've heard that you're an allergy-free spot, we can accommodate them. And it's important for me as a mom, knowing that, my kid can partake in something that other kids can and not feel excluded from a fun dessert.
I couldn't wait to cool down with 2 sweet treats at Betty's Icebox. First up, the shave ice. Courtney's oldest was ready to show me how they make their signature watermelon.
We do this on Wednesdays. We call it Watermelon Wednesday. We have, it's like a half watermelon here.
Scooped
Hollowed
out?
out a bit. Not all the way. You still get some good meat in there.
What do you use the scooped out watermelon?
We blend it up and we make a syrup with it. So we mix it with sugar, and then either it goes into a popsicle or a syrup for the top of the shave ice.
Oh, cool. The base of this unique dessert gets a creamy layer of soft serve made with oat milk. Then it's ready for the star of the show, the shave ice. Their machines from Japan use a special blade to cut the ice into a smooth, velvety consistency.
So I usually shape it a little bit more after but we like to do them nice and big.
Nice.
Like that. And then we have our syrup here.
Ooh, look at that color. Now, watermelon just wouldn't be complete without seeds. Enter the chocolate chips. But I love the consistency of
Right?
it. It like melts in your mouth,
it's
literally.
like snow. We don't like the crunchy ice like a snow cone, you know what I mean?
Good thing it's not yellow.
Yeah. This is the only place where you can eat the yellow snow.
I like you, vegan. Do you have people who didn't realize it was vegan and go, oh my gosh?
All the time. We used to, give disclaimers sometimes, like, just so you know, this might taste a little bit different, and we've kind of just stopped doing that because people don't really notice or care anymore.
And I just had to try Betty's signature summer special, a rainbow pride pop.
Asbury has obviously a very large population of queer people, and we have a really big pride parade every year.
A lot of our staff is LGBT, and I think that it's important for us to also represent like the people who work with us and like make everything possible.
Courtney's youngest daughter, Eliza, the chef in the family, showed me the trick to making this 6-layer pop. It starts with an organic lemonade base.
We use all natural flavors and colors to make each layer have their own kind of pizzazz, if you will.
To make the red layer, the lemonade gets a healthy pour of cherry syrup. Then Eliza uses a turkey baster to squeeze precise layers into the mold.
We just fill up the whole first one like that, and then we put it into our pop machine.
So you've got to freeze each layer.
We do.
Then put another layer in, freeze that.
Exactly.
Wow, how long does it take?
Honestly, about 2 hours to make this kind of pop. So they're a little high maintenance, I would say, but they come out beautiful.
Thankfully, I didn't have to wait 2 hours.
Right now, we put the pops into a basin of hot water, which separates them.
So it lets it release.
Yeah.
Wow, that's beautiful.
And what it creates is our pride pop.
Oh my gosh.
Each layer has a different flavor, so it goes cherry, orange, lemon, lime, blue raspberry, and grape. And yeah, they're best sellers.
That tastes like pride.
It's definitely a happy day with these.
Your mom isn't standing right over your shoulder, so you can tell me. Are there any times where sometimes she ticks you off a little bit and you gotta kind of suck it up?
Yeah. Often we'll be making something and she says, hey, do you remember how to do that? And I say, Mom, I've been working here for 11 years.
Luckily, your mom's nowhere nearby, so
Yeah,
she
thank gosh
she didn't hear that. Thank goodness. That could have been awkward. So, Eliza, what's it like working with Mom and seeing this business thrive and being part of it?
Oh, it's so lovely. I've been working here since I was 11 years old. Starting out, we were like in my kitchen at home. We were doing everything all on our own. But now we have this space in a big building, and we get to share this with everyone. So it's really, really great to see just how far we've come in such a short amount of time.
This is really good. I mean, this nice citrusy, kind of fresh, vibrant. It tastes like the colors.
Ah, thank you. That's the goal. I mean, if something looks this fun, it's got to taste pretty
Of course. It's like a boardwalk in your mouth. This dynamic mother-daughter team lives by a sweet personal mantra.
Life is short.
It
Eat
is.
dessert first. Treat yourself.
Life is short, eat dessert
Yes.
first. I like that. Bustling boardwalks are the epitome of the Jersey Shore experience. Every beach may be different, but visitors here are sure to find plenty of their favorite nostalgic eats. And the families who are pulling, frying, and scooping up these boardwalk delights are serving up a bit of history with every beachy bite. With coastline that stretches for more than 60 miles, South Carolina's Grand Strand is home to some of America's most beautiful beaches. Here in Myrtle Beach, family-friendly activities, energetic nightlife, and natural attractions have made this place a tourist hotspot for decades. As a beach town, seafood's a real star of the show here, from crispy fried fish to creative daily specials. And of course, Carolina classics like shrimp and grits. I'm here to savor every last bite of this city's freshest catch. let's dive in. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Fresh seafood has been a big draw to Myrtle Beach since the late 19th century, according to historian Becky Billingsley.
They would have these huge nets out there on the beach that took like 20 people to grab the nets and pull them in. Then they had these little fish shacks set up on the beach where they could fry the fish. And so you could also get a fish dinner right there on the beach.
Today, Myrtle Beach welcomes over 19 million tourists each year, and its food scene has evolved from simple beach shacks to more than 2,000 restaurants feeding all those hungry visitors. So even if fishing isn't your thing, there are plenty of ways to enjoy Carolina's freshest catch. Murrells Inlet is a charming fishing town just 25 minutes from downtown Myrtle Beach. This quaint area is actually known as the seafood capital of South Carolina. I'm at Seven Seas Market, a community favorite that's known for its impressive variety of local fish. Each day, the fishermen here are hauling in everything from shrimp to grouper, mahi-mahi, and more. Some might say it's shrimply the best.
Hey, Al.
Hey there.
How you doing?
Chris Conklin has been running this place for 15 years.
We're able to source the finest fresh local seafood known to man with our own fishermen and our own boats.
His son Christopher, already a seafood fan, often coming to help out. Bingo, I see who's going to be taking over the business. Seven Seas was founded by Chris's dad, Phil Conklin, in 1985.
So this is a giant bluefin tuna. There's Phil, my dad.
Phil was an engine man in the Navy, later becoming an avid sports fisher. After a visit to Murrells Inlet, he fell in love with the marsh's bountiful catch and was inspired by local markets that caught and sold their own seafood.
We own 6 of our own boats now that fish for the snapper and grouper, and we have 2 shrimping boats as well.
Murrells Inlet has a long history of commercial fishing. Until the mid-20th century, slaves and black Americans who harvested fish here were known as creek boys. Following the Civil War, it became a paying job for any skilled fisherman.
And they were young men who would have several families that they caught seafood for.
The area's unique geography lends itself to a wide variety of fish and shellfish.
So that inlet in between the ocean and the land is an interesting mix of brackish and fresh water. And that's where we get our oysters and clams and crabs and really unique, fresh, not too salty, but just salty enough.
Today, Murrells Inlet is a hotspot for nightlife with plenty of restaurants and bars, but few seafood markets remaining. Seven Seas is one of the last places still catching and selling its own fish.
How we doing? Hey, fellas. What's going on? Hi. Have a good trip? Indeed. Nice.
For Chris, a passion for seafood started as a kid. At 12 years old, he got his first fishing boat. On the weekends, catching flounder to sell at Seven Seas. He joined his dad full-time after college.
We were like best friends, you know. We'd work all day, sweat, blood, tears, whatever.
In the early 2000s, Chris's best childhood friend, Henry Ford, joined the business.
We did a bunch of hunting and fishing together. Chris is like a brother to me.
Henry soon became like a member of the family. The trio worked together until Phil's passing in 2018.
It was a huge loss, but you just got to pick your chin up and keep on.
Henry taking on more responsibilities. Today, he's a co-owner at Seven Seas.
So the art to a very good fish display is to make them look like they're all swimming.
The market offering up to a dozen local seafood options, from red snapper, bluefin tuna, to grouper, flounder, oysters, and of course, shrimp. They also bring in seafood from all across the country. Under Chris, they've expanded beyond retail, supplying several fine dining establishments across the city.
How about this good-looking seafood we brought you?
Chris is proud carrying on his father's fishing legacy.
A lot of customers, they hold us near and dear to their heart, and they like to brag, so I enjoy being people's seafood guy.
Time to see the seafood guy in action. Seven Seas processing thousands of pounds of fish and shrimp daily. I helped unload the market's latest catch, South Carolina white shrimp.
Take it right up there to the scale.
All right, here we go. On a good week, how many pounds will you sell of these?
1,000 pounds a day in the summertime.
1,000
Yes, sir.
pounds a day?
Just shrimp, yes, sir.
The shrimp gets covered in a layer of ice. The final step? A lesson from Chris and Henry in the fine art of cleaning and deheading shrimp.
What we do is we pick the shrimp up like this. And every shrimp you touch, you have to pinch it.
Why?
Right? To pinch the head off, right?
Oh. The shrimp get organized into 3 sizes, medium, large, and extra large. What makes South Carolina shrimp special?
They come from really clean water. We don't have a lot of mud. They're much sweeter.
Can you taste a shrimp and tell whether it's come from South Carolina or not?
100% I can, yes, sir.
Wow. How about you, Henry?
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming up, I get a taste of South Carolina's famous shrimp. After prepping a mountain of shrimp at Seven Seas Market, I couldn't wait for a taste of this fresh catch. Co-owner Henry Ford whipping up a spread of local shellfish steamed to perfection with their house blend of spices.
And I've even got some stone crab claws Chris and I went and caught yesterday.
Oh, this is great. So, do you ever get tired of seafood?
Absolutely not.
Not at all.
I could eat seafood every day if I could.
Seven Seas also sells several house-made specialties, many crafted by Henry, including a smoky fish dip and a Carolina favorite, she crab soup. What is she crab soup?
It's crab meat, and it's a cream-based soup.
Oh, wow.
And we sell out of it every day.
Woohoo!
Oh, yes, sir.
I can see why. Just being surrounded by seafood all day isn't enough for these two. They find time every week to hop on a boat and reel in a catch together. So when you guys, Henry, are out on the boat fishing, what's it like?
Oh man, it's actually, after being at work all week, it's actually heaven on earth to get out there.
Chris, how important is it to continue this legacy of South Carolina seafood?
We're like the last of the Mohicans. It's a lot easier to get seafood from other places, other countries. We go through all the trouble of having our own boats and trying to perpetuate what little bit is left of the South Carolina seafood industry. That's why we stay so busy.
Well, I got to tell you, this is some of the best shrimp I've ever had.
Yep.
Oh, man, this is great shrimp.
Oh yeah, it's good. You know what? For all your hard work today, after this lovely meal, we filled your belly. I want to give that to you as a gift from Chris and I, saying thank you.
Well, thank you.
Yes, sir. You're part of the crew now.
All right. Aye, aye, Captain.
My definition of soul food is food that is made with love and care. My mom used to always tell me, son, don't never make anything or never sell anything that you wouldn't eat. So that's my definition of soul food.
Word has it, if you're looking for some real soul food in Myrtle Beach, Big Mike's has the best soul food in town. Born and raised in Myrtle Beach, owner Mike Chestnut is a well-known member of this community, bringing people together with recipes from his mom's kitchen for over a decade.
Just like from Mama's house. And I'm like, man, this is delicious. I can't think of any soul food restaurant that I go to that is better than this.
Time to meet Big Mike. Nice
Welcome to Big Mike's. Yes, sir. Good to see you.
All right.
Yes, sir.
You guys all work here, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
From Big Mike to Little Lennox, Big Mike's Soul Food isn't just family owned. You got all family from top to bottom.
My wife, Maxine, she works here. And then also my oldest son, Michael, and my youngest son, Marcus, and my daughter, Michaela.
It's the whole family. I mean, it's a family reunion.
The whole ball of wax. Yes, sir.
Mike Chestnut, a.k.a. Big Mike, has spent his entire life in Myrtle Beach, and he's become a well-known figure about town.
He's always willing to give a hand to anybody who needs it, and he also takes pride in his work.
Since I grew up here, I just want to feel like I'm giving back to the community. Serve as a deacon at our church and city councilman, involved in a lot of other organizations, whether it's the NAACP or American Culinary Federation. And then the restaurant, that's my true love, I'll be honest with you.
Where'd your love of food come from?
I would got to say it's from my mom. She could get in the kitchen at 7 o'clock in the morning and just had fun at what she was doing.
Big Mike's mom, Rosalie Chestnut, worked in many restaurants in the area as a cook. With her encouragement, her son's kitchen career began at just 12 years old as a dishwasher. But it didn't take long for his diligence and talent to shine through.
The chef that was there, he just saw something in me, and I remember he went to the general manager and said, hey, I want Mike to come back and prep with me.
Mike worked the line at a country-style restaurant while going to school for not one, but 2 culinary programs. For nearly 20 years, Mike rose in the kitchen ranks, but he always dreamed of owning his own business. Mike soon found the answer to his prayers in a familiar spot.
We saw this building, it was ready, and time was right. The high school used to be in the shopping center across the street, and we would actually jump the fence and come over here and eat lunch and go back. But who would ever thought that 40 years later we'd end up buying the place?
Sadly, Mike's mother passing away before she could see him fulfill his dream.
What do you think she would think of this place?
I think she would be proud of us to say you're trying to do something to keep the family together and also provide a living and feed the family.
What's the best advice she gave you?
People always eat with their eyes. So if it looks good, it's going to be good.
Oh man, does this look good. Sweet yams, mac and cheese, fried chicken, collard greens. Those are just a few of Big Mike's soul food specialties.
Seafood basket, catfish with fries.
Obviously, seafood is a big deal.
Yes, sir.
Here. What do you do seafood-wise?
We do fried whiting, and then we do catfish.
Serving up seafood is a sure way to catch diners' attention here in Myrtle Beach. Big Mike's Soul Food carries on a culinary legacy that's steeped in history. The term soul food was coined in the 1960s as a source of pride for many African Americans. But the cooking tradition has evolved over centuries and continents.
African Americans, when they were forced to live here, they had to do what they had to do. So they incorporated what we had here into the taste they had there, and they incorporated their master's taste too. So it all merged together to be a French, English, Scottish, Dutch, African American, Native American melting pot of flavors.
Soul food restaurants began popping up all over the United States as Black Americans migrated from the rural South, many becoming integral to their local communities.
Is it important to have a Black-owned restaurant?
No question.
As part of the food scene?
Yes, sir. It lets the community know, hey, if Mike can do it, I can do it. Because I tell people, you know, I grew up in a little area outside the city called Race Path. A lot of drugs, a lot of crime, and who would ever thought that we would be able to open up a restaurant in the heart of Myrtle Beach.
I couldn't wait to get into the heart of this restaurant, the kitchen.
We we're gonna do a Big Mike special today, meat and 3.
A signature meal of the South, meat plus 3. 3 sides, that is, started popping up in urban diners in the early 1900s.
We're gonna do some fish, we're gonna do some hush puppies and some coleslaw and some mac and cheese.
All right, let's get started.
All right, well, we're gonna start with some hush puppies over here.
Hush puppies, made from cornmeal batter, can be sweet or savory.
We probably go through a couple hundred of them, and we do them all by hand. Let them cook for a little minute.
All right.
And then we're gonna come back over and do the fish.
All right.
My fish is going in cornmeal batter, and we add a little bit of extra seasoning to this.
Is that a little special thing?
Little special season that we make up there. It's nice and light batter on it.
Right. With our fish and first side in the fryers, Mike whips up some coleslaw.
Okay.
Starting with all the usual fixings, cabbage, mayo, vinegar. But Big Mike has another secret ingredient up his sleeve.
Some people don't put relish in it, but I put relish in mine.
Relish? Oh, that's good.
And the sweetness of the relish.
And that relish, I would have
Makes
never
the
thought of
relish in
adding relish. And with our fish a golden brown, hush puppies fried to perfection, and coleslaw ready to serve, time for the third side, mac and cheese. Just how his mama made it.
There we go,
Ooh.
Big Mike special.
Oh my gosh.
Gotta hit the spot.
I mean, it's so light.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's not a heavily breaded fish. And I'm a huge hush puppy.
Okay.
God, it's got this sweetness to it.
Yes, sir.
That is about as good as it gets.
All right.
Wow. Wow is right. I haven't had flaky fish like this since I was a kid back in St. Albans, Queens. I clean my plate, just like everybody else who walks through the doors here.
I just want to leave something for my grandkids and kids to say, hey, this is a family thing and we want to keep it going.
Just a stone's throw from the shore is Myrtle Beach's Arts and Innovation District. Winna's Kitchen is one of the newest restaurants in this part of town. Here, Chef Jess Sagan is delighting tourists and locals alike with her elevated brunch staples. She's also on a mission to give back to the community, extending a helping hand with warm meals to those in need. Hey, Al, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, so glad to be here. And what's going on here? It seems like there's a lot of cool kids hanging out here.
These are our grandchildren. My daughter Kenzie and her 5 kids.
Now, you usually don't find kids studying at a restaurant, but here at Winna's Kitchen, owner Jess Sagan loves keeping her family close by. So close, in fact, that all 5 of her grandchildren are homeschooled right here in the basement. So there's always time for a bit of family fun.
I want to rock right now. I rock bass and I can't get down. I'm not into that.
Jess's daughter, Kenzie, doesn't just teach here. She's also the co-owner and deeply invested in the heart and soul of this culinary adventure.
I'm the brains and she's the brawn, but she's also the brains. I do a lot of the creative elements of the menu, but the day-to-day kitchen line restaurant is Kinsey.
Even the name of the place is a nod to family.
My mom's name was Linda. Her nickname was Winna. And when my mom passed away, she had a lot of regrets. And I knew that opening a restaurant was something that I would have a regret about if we didn't give it a shot. It was pursuing a dream, but also investing in a community that we believed in.
At Winna's Kitchen, those facing homelessness are able to enjoy a meal totally free of charge.
We say this all the time. We didn't open a 30-seat restaurant to make a lot of money. We opened a 30-seat restaurant to make an impact.
And how do you do that?
Our patrons can pay $5 and they'll either hang a card, it'll say number 1, and we'll feed somebody for it, or they can take that card with them, and if they see somebody out on the street that they think needs it, they can give it to them. But our goal is to kind of restore dignity to people. They get to sit down at a table or the bar and be served.
It's a calling that stems from her own journey.
There was a point in your life where things were pretty tough.
In my mid to late 20s, I took a leave of sanity, I say. I just checked out, and I ended up making some really bad choices that led me into a place of addiction and ultimately homelessness. Then I ended up going to live at the rehab program for homeless people, and I completed that program, and almost 6 years later, here we are.
In rehab, Jess met her future husband, Walt, a volunteer from a local church program. Back on her feet, she devoted her professional life to her faith, serving as a worship pastor for 2 decades.
What led you to opening up a restaurant?
It is the food. We love to eat, y'all.
Jess and Kinsey got their start in the food world by catering benefits for a local nonprofit. After a string of successful dinners, they took the plunge, opening Winna's Kitchen in 2021. The first item on their menu? The free #1 special.
So what about for the folks who come in who need that meal? What's their reaction?
The #1 reaction we get is they are so hesitant to let us serve them. We often have people, they're like, hey, do you need help with the dishes? And I'm like, no, you're a patron.
Jess doesn't stop at serving free meals. She's given many a second chance, employing people who have faced addiction or homelessness.
Not a lot of restaurants give back to the community. How did that evolve?
So there's this passage of scripture, when you invite people to your house for a meal, invite the lowly in. And I would say it's easy to do nice things for people who are gonna do nice things for you. But the real gift in the kingdom for us is doing things for people who can't do anything for you, and showing up for people who can't show up back, and loving people who might not ever love you back or even appreciate you back. That's really investing in people, and that's who we want to be.
I mean, it's like dignity's on the menu.
It is. Dignity is on the menu.
Kinsey is just as passionate about her mother's mission.
I'm so proud of my mom.
You're doing great, sweetie. I love you.
She has experienced such a hard life, and her attitude, her ability to overcome is just, I think most people would just lay down and give up, and it just drives her to do more and be more.
She teaches her kids at Winna's so they can learn from their grandma's compassion on a daily basis.
She is nice to everyone, and she's independent at the same time.
The legacy my mom will give us is not this building, it's how she taught us to treat each other, how she teaches us to interact with each other.
In addition to helping others, Jess is also dedicated to highlighting seasonal, locally sourced ingredients.
My grandparents were very farm to table. I mean, before farm to table was a thing. Both my sets of grandparents had gardens that we ate off of all summer. We're in the South. There's a lot of fried chicken and a lot of French fries and a lot of fried everything. But my daughter and I both like food that's a little bit different, a little bit elevated.
The mother-daughter duo putting their spin on brunch classics like fluffy ricotta pancakes with lemon curd and a deconstructed chicken pot pie.
Oh man, that was the best dessert I've ever had.
But there's one dish that's been a menu mainstay since the beginning. When it comes to Jess's take on this Southern classic, the sauce is the boss.
What's the thing that makes your shrimp and grits so special?
It's our sauce. It's kind of this mix between cream and tomato. It's infused with some secret spices and some ham stock.
Maybe you show me how this is done?
I'd love to.
Winna's Shrimp and Grits starts with, of course, the shrimp.
We try to use large local shrimp. They're really sweet. They got the perfect amount of salt.
Stock gives her signature sauce a richer flavor.
How do you make your ham stock?
We don't share all of our secrets
okay, all righty.
Just then searing the shrimp in clarified butter, seasoning them with Kinsey's secret spice blend.
It does have salt, pepper, garlic, a little bit of dill, and a little bit of something else in it.
Something, and a little something.
I'm not being coy. I don't know what she puts in.
And what's shrimp and grits without cheesy grits? Each batch made fresh every morning.
Well, now, what kind of cheese is that?
The main cheese in here is some coastal cheddar.
The shrimp finished with a drizzle of buttery love. Then, time to plate it up.
So we're gonna let you help finish this off.
Alrighty.
This is a little bit of Parmesan that we've just kind of chunked up.
To top it off, cherry tomatoes and some microgreens. And of course, the best part, tasting.
That's fantastic, Jess. When you present something like this to the community, how much pride does this bring you and Kinsey?
I think it's why we do what we do. You know, shrimp and grits is really a humble dish. And we've just taken it and put a ton of care into it. When I was growing up, people would say, love is a secret ingredient. It's true. And so elevating food is not just about making it fancy. It's about taking the level of care to make it look a certain way. Yeah. And I think that adds to nourishing people, not just with the food they eat, but their spirit too.
Well, my spirit feels very good right now. Whether you're looking to kick back with casual beachy fare or enjoy elevated modern menus, Myrtle Beach is a seafood lover's paradise. The very best of South Carolina's most beloved dishes can all be found right here. And there's no doubt that the thriving restaurant community shapes the heart and soul of this vibrant coastal city. This episode of Family Style is sponsored by Visit Myrtle Beach. There are dozens of Chinatowns all across America with interesting architecture, diverse restaurants, and specialty shops. It's no wonder they're popular with locals and tourists alike. They also provide places for new immigrants and for families to create communities. But with gentrification and all sorts of problems from the pandemic, it's no wonder that all these Chinatowns are rapidly changing. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Okay, so it's no surprise. There's incredible food to be found here in Manhattan's Chinatown, folks lining up all the time. But there used to be Chinatowns in cities and towns, big and small, all across this country. In fact, the longest running family-owned Chinese restaurant is in a place you might never think of, Butte, Montana. At the turn of the century, Butte, Montana was a bustling mining town. The invention of electricity leading to a demand for conductors like copper. Mining boomed, the city flourishing. The demand for labor brought thousands of immigrants to Butte. They came from so many different countries, including Italy, Ireland, and China. It was the classic portrait of the American West, with gambling, saloons, even a red light district. By 1914, Butte's Chinatown was thriving, with over 60 Chinese-owned businesses.
Now we're going to prepare broccoli beef. My name is Jerry Tam, and I'm the owner of the Pekin Noodle Parlor.
The Pekin first opened as a tobacco shop and casino run by Jerry's great-uncle, Hum Yao. 2 years later, Hum adding a restaurant, and the Pekin Noodle Parlor was born.
This building has 3 different levels. The top level obviously is the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and then the second level on the main street used to be a herbal medicine shop.
That shop was run by Jerry's great-grandfather, Tam Kwang Yi.
And it's crazy to think that, everything came over from China at one time. Like, they didn't make soy sauce in America. The noodles were fried and brought over on ships because they didn't make fresh noodles. So the history of this place really holds true that this is a Chinese restaurant, from Chinese immigrants.
I met up with culinary historian Grace Young to learn more about America's earliest Chinatown. Where was the first Chinatown and how did it get started?
The first Chinatown is San Francisco. The first Chinese came to California for the gold rush, and that was 1848. And they came because America needed cheap labor. And so from gold rush, they ended up doing farming, manufacturing, and then eventually they worked on the Transcontinental Railroad. And the first Chinatown formed because America wanted cheap labor, but they didn't want the Chinese to live with whites. So they were ostracized from white communities.
So talk to me about that first wave of Chinese immigration to the U.S.
The Chinese came from southern China, principally from the area of Canton, and there was tremendous prejudice against the Chinese. They were lynched, and because the Chinese were willing to work for lower wages, they were seen as the reason why Americans were suffering so much. So the blame was unfairly placed on the Chinese.
In 1882, Congress signed the Chinese Exclusion Act into law. It banned Chinese from migrating to the U.S. It marks the only time in American history that an entire race or ethnic group was banned from immigrating.
But the interesting thing about this Exclusion Act was that there was actually exemption for Chinese tourists, students, teachers, and also merchants.
A landmark court case in 1915 classified Chinese restaurant owners as merchants.
And it gave them a way to circumvent the Exclusion Act of 1882.
It was this exemption that allowed Jerry's great uncle to open Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, paving a path for more family members to immigrate to the U.S. and help the business. Jerry's father, Danny Wong, arrived in the U.S. in 1947 as a teenager.
Ever since he was 14 years old, he's been working at the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and he just started with the simple roles of washing dishes, and then he learned how to cook, and then he slowly just started integrating himself into, managing it and working with the waitresses and the staff.
Danny taking over the restaurant in the 1950s, spending years turning it into a pillar of the local community.
Well, I've been coming here for at least 50 years, and they give me plenty of food. I never walk away hungry.
I love coming to work because of all the people I work with. Like, they choose really nice people. And
my father probably employed over 10,000 people at this, throughout his whole entire life. So it's interesting to know that there's nearly 5 to 6 generations of people that, have worked here.
The menu at Pekin Noodle Parlor hasn't changed much over the years.
We do a thing called chop suey. And what chop suey is tidbits of leftover vegetables that were kind of mixed together in its own gravy and served on top of chow mein noodles. We've been serving it for over 110 years.
Chop suey is in large part why Chinese food became so popular across the United States.
Chop suey was the first time America experienced a culinary craze, a food craze. And it's starting at the end of the 19th century that there are Americans who are venturing into Chinatown. The way they got them to even experiment with Chinese food was to make a stir fry that was actually quite bland. So they used bamboo shoots, water chestnuts, onions, oftentimes there was celery.
For many years, Chinatowns were the only places where non-Chinese Americans could sample Asian flavors.
Americans were going into Chinatown, some were curious, they wanted to experience curio shops, Chinese operas.
With increased tourism, Chinatowns in large cities grew, but it was a different story in Montana. Like many mining towns, Butte lost many of its workers as production slowed in the 1950s.
Once the copper ran dry, then the people started to pick up and just kind of move on and move back to their families and the bigger states.
As miners left Butte for new opportunities, its Chinatown disappeared. In the early 1900s, there were 7 chop suey restaurants listed in the Butte City Directory. Today, only the Pekin Noodle Parlor remains open. Jerry Tam runs the Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, Montana.
People may know this is the oldest Chinese restaurant in America, but below it is so much history.
Despite Pekin's historic status, Jerry says he was never pressured by family to join the business.
I never learned to cook until I came back in around 2009, because like any Asian American, my parents wanted all of their kids to go to college, so we all went to colleges around the nation and to get a better education, to become a lawyer, a doctor, and what have you. But I went into fashion, and what was great about that is I got to see the world because of it.
In 2004, Jerry even appearing on Bravo's Project Runway. But a few years later, family duty calling him home.
And unfortunately, my mom had a stroke, so my dad needed help, taking care of her and taking care of the restaurant. I think it was really hard on my father because they were in a generation where they loved each other every day, and they were just best friends.
After Jerry's mom passed, Jerry and his dad began operating Pekin together.
He never stopped working, so he was working here all the way until 85, until he couldn't make up the stairs anymore. My father and I spent every day together. I made sure he was healthy all the way till the end, the best of my ability I can do. My father passed in November, and it was really, heartbreaking. He didn't want to say goodbye to my sisters or me or this restaurant or the community. He loved Butte, Montana.
Jerry now runs Pekin Noodle Parlor with his cousin Nelson. Together, they're working to preserve a family legacy and keep a piece of Chinese American history alive in an unlikely place.
I've been asked the question, what is the future of the Pekin? And the best answer I can give you is, let's just keep it the same. Let's not change anything, because that's what people come here for. They need to have their parking spots, they have their booths, they have their favorite place to sit at the bar. I don't think they want any change, because this is a place that feels like home.
While New York City is home to America's largest Chinatown, the honor of the oldest goes to San Francisco, and that's where the Far East Cafe is located. It is one of the last remaining historic Chinese banquet halls. After a 2-year hiatus, this celebrated venue hosted the 64th annual Miss Chinatown USA pageant, a Lunar New Year tradition. The occasion marking a triumphant milestone for the century-old institution. Bill Lee has owned the Far East Cafe since 1999. His daughter Kathy working by his side as the manager.
He brought me into the restaurant to kind of understand the roots of our culture. He wanted me to remember that, you know, Chinatown is about community, is about traditions, is about culture.
For many in the community, Chinese banquet halls are more than just venues for special events.
I feel that Far East is kind of like a second home for, you know, a lot of our patrons that come in because they feel so comfortable. So much history and so many memories, you know. A lot of patrons that have been here, they told me, they're like, oh, my parents had my red egg ginger party. It's very similar to like a baptism. And that was like 50-something years ago.
And that history is everywhere you look at Far East.
The ceilings, like my dad mentioned, the high ceilings, the moldings are all original. And the lanterns were all imported from China in the 1920s. So they're over 100+ years old.
For the last few decades, there were 5 giant banquet-style restaurants in San Francisco's Chinatown. But with rising rents and gentrification, most have since closed their doors. By early 2020, only 2 banquet halls remained.
The Far East Cafe planned to celebrate its 100-year anniversary with a big celebration. Instead, it's now planning to close its doors.
At the start of the pandemic, the restaurant stayed afloat by cooking meals for senior citizens and low-income residents in Chinatown.
We applied for a PPP loan, and we got over $200,000. We also received money from the feed and fuel program. Then our landlord gave us 6 months of free rent.
Beyond COVID, a different type of virus brought more harm to Chinatowns across the country. Anti-Asian hate crimes soaring by nearly 340% in 2021.
When this started happening, I felt very, very sad and also very angry because I'm like, why is this happening to Chinatown? Why is it happening to our community? You know, for these people to target elderly people, to push them down, to rob them, don't they realize that they have grandparents too, or they have parents that are that age? And if it happened to their parents, how would they feel?
People saw the attacks when they watched the news and heard reports, and they got even more scared. They don't want to go out, even for special events like the Mid-Autumn Festival. We tried to invite them, but they didn't want to come.
We used to be open until 10 o'clock before pandemic. Sometimes we would stay out here until midnight if we had events. Now, we can't do that. We changed the business hours to close at 7:30, because safety is the most important thing.
Business owners across Chinatown still face hostility. George and Cindy Chen opened China Live in 2017.
We've been lucky. We've only had a couple of instances where, you know, people scream anti-Asian slurs. And we're concerned about our employees, you know, coming to work and being harassed. I think that ignorance is very unfortunate.
China Live is a massive marketplace with multiple restaurants. It's in a building that once housed a banquet hall like Far East.
I remember coming to a wedding here when I was in college, and there were, I think literally 5,000 people in like 6 restaurants. But unfortunately, you know, real estate was getting very expensive, so it's not very cost effective if you don't have that business.
But 2 years ago, the couple had to lay off 200 workers. However, with the support of partners, George and Cindy were able to pivot their business on a few fronts.
We did, you know, the ghost kitchen was selling outside our box. So we have 10 locations in the Bay Area, from San Jose to Berkeley, and they can order food from those ghost kitchens.
Ghost kitchens prepare restaurant-quality food exclusively for delivery or takeout.
We sold so many Peking ducks, we didn't know what to do with all the duck fat. So what do? You make popcorn with it. So that's why we have a duck fat popcorn.
As business picked up, China Live was able to rehire 100 workers. Despite an uncertain future, these restaurants remain hopeful that business will rebound.
There's more police presence. People are more, as a community, standing up for ourselves, making sure that we have like the buddy system, making sure that we're together and we feel safe, that we're walking together, that we have each other's back.
I mean, dining out is an essential part of life, right? I mean, what more fun is to look forward to having dinner with friends you haven't seen at a new place or old favorite place?
But some old favorites just can't be replaced.
During the pandemic, many restaurants have shut down. Far East is now the biggest restaurant in Chinatown. If Far East closes, there won't be space big enough to host large events for the community.
We were overjoyed having that Miss Chinatown USA event here, a press conference, and just being able to reconnect with the community. It warmed my heart. And my dad was just like so overjoyed that people were coming in just to celebrate.
To learn more about the future of Chinese-American restaurants, I went to visit Chef Lucas Sin in New York City. This savvy chef is on a mission to save mom and pop shops from closing and putting a spin on the classics. Hey, nice to meet
good to see you.
All right, can't wait to talk and taste.
Come in here.
Lucas was born and raised in Hong Kong. Growing up, he had never heard of dishes like General Tso's chicken. What was your first experience with Chinese-American food?
Yeah.
And did you go, what the heck is this?
I was here for summer camp, and on Tuesdays, at 10 o'clock or so, right before bedtime, this van would pull up in the front of the school, and you could pick between sesame chicken, General Tso's chicken, orange chicken with broccoli and fried rice or white rice or whatever it was. The first thought was that this is ridiculously delicious, where has this been my whole life? And the second thought is that what in the world is the difference between orange chicken and General Tso's chicken and sesame chicken? Why is there so much that I don't understand about this if last time I checked it was Chinese?
Lucas actually studied cognitive science at Yale, but he always had a passion for cooking. His summers spent training in award-winning restaurants in Hong Kong and Japan. After graduating in 2015, Lucas opened his first restaurant with Yale classmate Yang Zhao. Junzi Kitchen is a fast casual chain that serves modern Chinese fare. But Lucas remained passionate about the Chinese American cuisine he first tasted as a boy. So how did Chinese American food, the food that we have become familiar with, how did that develop? How did that happen?
Now, Chinese takeout is interesting, right? Because it's all over the United States.
So these folks come in, they apprentice in a restaurant, they learn those recipes, and
they
then
go
move
somewhere
on
else, right?
to open their own
exactly.
restaurant.
And then their cousins come from Fujian, and then those recipes are passed on. And there's a remarkable similarity to these dishes.
Despite the popularity of Chinese American food, many family-owned restaurants that once dotted Chinatowns and other urban areas have been closing for years.
Opening restaurants is really difficult, and running restaurants is perhaps even more difficult. These moms and dads open these restaurants so that their kids can go to university and become lawyers and doctors and television hosts and whatnot. And now they're finally able to do that. They don't need to run these restaurants anymore, right? Suddenly livelihoods have changed. That's a good thing.
Lucas and Young hatched an idea to help smaller businesses in 2019. Nice Day seeks out restaurants facing closure, then works with the owners to remodel the space and update the menus. The pandemic stalled the team's initial plans, but the second location in Long Island is slated to open this spring.
It's important to me that these new Chinese American takeout restaurants that we're building called Nice Day work with the previous generation of owners, because they have a lot of knowledge that we don't. They know their customers, they know what sells, they know how to cook these dishes, they have recipes.
You raise an interesting point, Lucas, in that you talk to these retired Chinese restaurant owners. Is that part of the sense of trying to memorialize what could be lost?
Now, preserving recipes is part of it, but the other important part is preserving the way business is done. Chinese takeout restaurants are one of the few restaurants in the world that if they're open from, let's say, 11 to 10, the work hours are 11 to 10. They don't have any prep hours. The same cooks that do the wok stir fries are also prepping during the day. It's ridiculously efficient, and it's got to do with the setup and the way that the kitchens are run, but it's also important to us that we give back to this last generation, and that we can make sure that owners who want to retire can retire well, and that legacy can be preserved in a new type of American Chinese takeout restaurant.
While Nice Day pays homage to popular Chinese American recipes, Lucas has been celebrated for his innovative fusion dishes. In 2021, he was named one of Food and Wine's best new chefs.
We serve a mapo mac and cheese here, which is a variation on that dish. It's fusion-y and it's silly, and it's just an attempt to do something ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It betrays every chef sensibility that I have, but unfortunately it's delicious and it's interesting and it gets people talking.
Finally, it's time to eat. Lucas showing me how to make his signature dish. How do we get started?
So the mapo mac and cheese, the mac and the cheese elements are rigorously American. This is elbow macaroni,
right?
Cooked halfway, and this is Velveeta. But the mapo element is going to be in the form of a mapo sauce, if you will. The last two elements that really sort of take this over the edge is Chinese sausage.
Oh.
It can function like bacon, and some dried shiitake mushrooms that we've rehydrated. So to start off with, we're just going to cut a couple of things. And this tofu we will then put into the deep fryer.
This concludes the chopping portion of our program. Next, garlic and ginger are cooked till fragrant. Then, spicy bean paste and soybean paste are added to start the sauce. Mushroom broth is added, the mixture brought to a boil so the flavors infuse.
Can I give that a try? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, here you go. So your left hand's on the wok? Yeah.
Yes. I can't get any altitude on this thing. Nothing's coming up. That's why the pros do it, baby.
At this point, everything's smelling quite good. So the macaroni is going to go in, as well as the soup we just made. Once it's boiling and happy, 2 slices of the best
Velveeta
American cheese. Wait for that Velveeta to melt. And you'll see that sauce is already beautifully tied together. We like to plate this dish in Chinese takeout box.
Oh, wow.
Because it's silly.
Well, why not? It's fun. Boom.
Some fried tofu puffs as croutons go over the top. That's a little bit of texture and the homage to the original mapo tofu. These fresh scallions are actually really important because they cut through the heaviness of the original dish.
Wow. There's a little spice, the creaminess, the crunch of the tofu.
I hope you get a little bit of the Chinese sausage, yeah.
Whoa, you've never had mac and cheese like this. Amid a global pandemic, changing family dynamics, and anti-Asian racism, Chinatowns across America and the communities that sustain them face a challenging road ahead.
Every business that is open right now is still fighting for its life. And I think that the best way to fight the anti-Asian hate is to show our love for the community. Come to Chinatown or your local Asian American Pacific Islander restaurant, store, market, give them your business. We have lost so much during the pandemic, and I think it makes us all so much more conscious that we have to protect what we love.
When you think Texas, you think beef, brisket, and barbecue. But here in Austin, the state's capital, there's so much more than that. We've got folks and chefs from all around the world who are putting their mark on this city's culinary scene. And in fact, the spices and traditions that pay homage to their families are making Austin a hot food scene.
It's really kind of this melting pot of different people, their culture, and their food.
The creativity and the flavor that they put into the food is really artistry, right?
It's really the diversity of food. Like, you can get some of everything here.
So what keeps Austin weird and tasty? We're about to find out. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Austin is home to over 1,200 food trucks in food parks just like this one. But we're here for one specific truck. We're here for Tony's Jamaican, serving up fine Caribbean fare to Austin for more than 10 years. Meet food truck owner Tony Scott and his wife Kim. From humble beginnings in Kingston, Jamaica, Tony has made Austin his home since 2003, and he has always had a passion for flavorful food. When did you start cooking? How young were you?
10.
Tony's mother Hyacinth taught her sons how to be self-sufficient, especially in the kitchen. So you learned from Mom early on?
Yes.
What was it about cooking that you liked?
I don't know, I like food at those days.
Those skills learned during childhood would help Tony define his career. For nearly a decade, he worked a small beachside business, serving jerk chicken and drinks to tourists in Jamaica. But after 9/11, tourism to the island stalled. So Tony moved to the U.S. in search of better opportunities, eventually landing in Austin. With construction booming in the state capital, Tony quickly found a job as a painter, but it was his homemade lunches that reignited an idea. You're working, you bring in Jamaican food that you made, some of your friends taste and say, where'd this come from?
Yes, I cook my own food, and they was like, oh, you should, open a restaurant.
And it's been 10 years.
10 years now.
The 60-year-old chef opened Tony's Jamaican food truck in March of 2012. And his wife, Kim, has been one of his biggest supporters since the very beginning. What was the first meal he cooked for you?
Curry chicken and rice. And he invited me over, and once I had it, I didn't want to ask for more. You know how ladies are, we try to eat a little bit, maybe the salad kind of thing, don't want them to know that we that greedy. But it was so good, I asked for seconds.
So when Tony says, I want to do a food truck, your reaction?
I said, a what? I said, a food what? And I knew nothing about food trucks or however. So it was just all his idea. I just followed along. He said he wanted to do something. He had a vision. I said, okay, let's try it.
Despite high praise from friends and family for his grub, Tony's business wasn't exactly booming from the start.
When you first opened up, was it successful right away?
No. I came out here 10 o'clock in the morning and I was all here till 3 o'clock the next morning. I make $37.
Wow.
And you know, I was still happy when I go home and she was like, how much money you make? And I was like, $37, and she break out laughing. And I was like, don't worry about it. And next day I come and I make $50-something, and the next day I make $80-something, and I said, okay, I'm seeing increase.
Tony taking advantage of the South by Southwest crowds that flocked to Austin in early March. Shortly after the festival, his fledgling business got a big boost with a small write-up.
Kim, what was the game changer? What put this place over the top?
Wow. His presence and his dedication.
Jerk chicken and oxtail.
Now, loyal customers are visiting this hotspot daily, decked out with the colors and vibes of Jamaica. From curried chicken and goat to jerk everything, food fans walk away feeling the island love. In 2018, Tony laid down more permanent roots in Texas.
You opened up a brick and mortar restaurant. Were you nervous about that?
A little bit. It was a lot of...
Let me hear. Kim, were you nervous about that?
I'm so glad you asked me that question. Yes, I was. It was something totally different, and from a food truck going into a brick and mortar. I didn't come from the restaurant industry. I came from the finance side. Coming in, I was telling Tony, I said, I got this, I can run this, no problem. But oh, no. I was ringing the red light bell, like, hey, I need some help. It was challenging, but also it was fun.
Kim now helping run the business for both locations.
Family always mean a lot to restaurant. Sometimes she would say, you never know. One day it might be just me and you. You got to show me how to cut this meat. Jerk chicken and oxtail.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a great day.
You too. God bless.
Tony Scott dishes out hundreds of plates to hungry customers each day, but he's best known for one Caribbean specialty.
My mother is Jamaican, and in our house, oxtail was king.
Yes.
Oxtail stew, oxtail and dumpling.
Yeah.
Oxtail.
My mom is Southern, and she actually mentioned it to me. I said, oxtail, and she just said it was a beef. So I've never really had it.
And then when you first had it?
It was delicious, and I eat it all the time now. That's the problem.
Isn't it interesting that it was the cheapest cut of meat? Now it's considered a delicacy. You go to all these upscale restaurants, oxtail ravioli, oxtail rice, it's now everybody's into oxtail.
I know. No, I'm scared to go in a restaurant and not oxtail. the price is so high.
Bring on the oxtail stew! Tony frequently sells out of the succulent oxtail, and it was finally time to see and taste why.
Welcome to the truck, Mr. Hahn.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it smells good. Smells like Jamaica.
Oh, this is the oxtail, the famous oxtail that everybody go crazy over. And these are like the Jamaican product seasoning that we use. This have a good flavor to it.
Oh, wow. Tony's oxtails are seasoned with a spice mix that includes garlic powder, dried onion, paprika, black pepper, sugar, salt, and a few chef secrets.
This is my product that I make. It's have like onion, bell pepper, Scotch bonnet pepper. Also have a little bit of garlic in there.
So this is like your own concoction?
Yes. And then this is another Jamaican product they call. You have our Blue Mountain coffee.
Yeah.
They say it's the best coffee in the world. Well,
Right.
this is the Blue Mountain product of brown sugar.
Oh, wow.
And this is what we pour on it last. Give it that good color. Then we just mix this up. Make sure you rub it in properly. You want everything to rub into it. Normally, if you take a smell of it, even right now,
oh yeah,
you see, you can smell that flavor in it, and it don't even cook.
It smells good.
Right.
He then lets the oxtails marinate overnight. Then they're added to a pot with water and slow cooked for several hours.
This, what it comes out to be.
Oh, now we're talking.
For you to taste.
So I came to Austin. The result, truly out of this world.
You see how it fall off the bone.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we make sure we cook real tender because dental is very expensive. And you know, you go to some place, you have eating that meat and you have to be here to get it off the bone. You don't do that when you come here.
Good thing Tony feels like talking. I'm too busy eating. And it doesn't stop with the oxtails.
How is it, Mr. Hall?
That's fantastic.
This is curry goat right here. Taste that. This is the jerk pork.
Oh, jerk? I've never had jerk pork before. Oh.
And that's also my homemade jerk sauce that I make.
Whoa.
Okay, this is the famous curry chicken. And this is the carrot.
Oh, so at least I can say I have my vegetables today.
Yes.
Look at how tender that chicken is. Tony also serves traditional peas and rice, which brought on a wave of nostalgia.
This is black bean.
When you open that pot, I thought, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is my mother's peas and rice. This is great. And just when I thought I'd had enough, wait a minute, I noticed.
These are beef patty.
I gotta try a. Oh, that's a great crust. As a reminder of how far Tony's love for cooking has taken him.
If you look up here, you see these little pots. This pot right here is when I just started out. This is what I usually cook rice into.
Wow.
The reason why I keep this pot to show people is where Tony's Jamaican food is coming from.
So what would you tell people who are thinking they've got a dream, they want to start something like you did? What would you tell them?
First, you have to motivate yourself to do it and never give up on your dream. My mama always tell me, don't make nobody tell you you can do nothing.
Tony, thank you so much.
It's a pleasure, Harlan. It is nice meeting you.
It feels like I'm back in Jamaica.
I'm glad you have that feeling.
Everything going to be all right.
Just a few miles from the hustle and bustle of downtown Austin is Mekong Bistro. It is a spot that's loved by locals and tourists alike for its Vietnamese comfort food.
Who's the better cook in the family? I'm not gonna even bother asking my mom about that because my mom is hands down the best cook.
Coi như là con tôi nó lần này nấu ngon nhất.
Chef Will Hyun and his siblings opened Mekong Bistro to honor their mother, Ann Hang, a refugee who fled Vietnam after the fall of Saigon and working tirelessly to provide for her family in the United States.
She took a chance to travel across the ocean with nothing in hand, working ever since she's been over here, working from morning to night, and still provide us with a hot meal every day.
When Mekong first opened, Will hoped that his mom would finally stop working, but Ann had other plans.
Technically, she's retired, but like I said, she would not stay home.
Ann's passion for food starting in her home country.
Mẹ chỉ hồi khoảng 17-18 tuổi đó là đi theo mấy người ở dưới quê mình ta đi nấu đám cưới này kia nọ, rồi thì thích nấu vậy thôi.
In 1972, Ann married Kia Huynh. They had 4 children in Vietnam. Ann turning to cooking to help support the family.
Nấu ngoài chợ bán thì chỉ có khoảng 2 tháng cỡ đó à. Thì cũng bán nấu hủ tiếu à, nấu đồ Việt Nam thôi.
This is my dad and my mom, like right before the fall of Saigon.
When the Vietnam War ended, the family was looking toward a better future in their homeland. But in 1975, the Viet Cong began to invade Saigon.
Giải phóng vô thì mẹ muốn tự do, không có muốn ở bên Việt Nam nữa, muốn đi tìm tự do.
Ann's husband fled the city first, Will leaving when he was just 7 years old.
It was scary. We left separately, me with my uncle and my mom with my 3 sisters that came a year later, because if you get caught, you were thrown in jail. Luckily, we made it out. We were rescued by cargo boats, but they rescued us. They took us to the Malaysian refugee camp.
Will and his uncle secured refugee status, eventually reuniting with Will's dad in the U.S. In the years spent apart from his mother, Will began experimenting in the kitchen with a little nudge from his uncle.
He told me that, there's only 2 of us. You're gonna have to do your share, so learn to cook something.
In 1983, Ann made the journey to the U.S. with her daughters.
Đi vượt biên thì nó đi tàu nhỏ thì nó cũng hơi khó khăn, nhưng mà qua được tới ấy rồi đoàn tụ gia đình thì rất mừng. Tại vì chồng con gặp lại mặt chồng con hết, thành ra rất là sung sướng.
But adjusting to a new country as refugees was a struggle.
When we came over, nothing in our pockets. We relied on government assistance a little bit. Luckily, she's a great cook. So it wasn't bad for us at all. Growing up, that's how she shows us that she loved us, by putting all that love into the food.
The family moving from Houston to Louisiana, finding work in the seafood industry. But Will wasn't so happy living in a small town. When his uncle invited him to attend high school in Austin, Will said yes right away.
I fell in love with Austin. The beautiful lakes, the miles of trails, the music scene. What's there not to love?
Austin's vibrant culinary scene struck a chord. After high school, Will found work in several restaurants, dreaming of being able to showcase his mom's cooking. In 2015, the entire family moving to Austin. But Ann still wasn't sure about opening a restaurant.
Asked her many, many times in the past to do something like that. She's dead set against it. She said it's just way too much work.
Eventually, Ann agreed to share her recipes for just one reason, her family.
Thích làm với con cái mới lên hát với cho con. Chứ giờ lớn tuổi rồi thì cũng còn sống được bao lâu nữa. Thì là giờ cho con được là ngày nào thì hay ngày nấy, thì hát cho con mình ngày nào thì hay ngày nấy thôi.
She's emotional because she basically she's doing everything for her kids.
The first dish Will added to the menu, his mom's pho.
So pho, at a restaurant is basically how we do pho at home. When we cook pho at home, it's a big pot that's gonna feed us for at least 3 days. We have pho for breakfast, we have pho for lunch, we have pho for midtime snack, we have pho for dinner, and pho at night for snack at night, until the pot's gone.
With the help of his family, Will created several new dishes.
Our menu does incorporate a lot of fusion Asian dishes, and that is because of the family business. My mom's a cook, I cook, my sister cooks, my brother cooks. Second beef dish was something that I've tried out. I consider myself a Texan. We love beef. It's a dish that my mom and I collaborated together to put out. Basically, just cubes of real nice tender beef that's been flashed in a wok.
It's been 6 years since Macon Bistro opened, and Will and his mom still love working together.
Làm ăn gia đình thì cái này cũng như giúp cho con thôi. Thầy thấy nó tự xúc động rồi mình ấy vậy thôi chứ mẹ đâu có biết làm sao giờ. Mình thấy nó hy sinh cho con mình được thì ngày nào thì hãy ấy vậy thôi. Mình thấy nó xúc động vậy thôi.
I admire her greatly. The courage it takes just to make that journey and to just stick with us no matter thick and thin. She's my hero. She really is my hero.
Using food to bring younger generations closer to their heritage happens in families all across America. And it's happening here at Habesha with a husband and wife team who's using their restaurant to bring their daughters closer to their Ethiopian roots.
We want, more than anything else, people to be familiar with not just Ethiopian food, but Ethiopian culture. My name is Ine Fantu. This is my wife, Salama Bebe.
We ran an Ethiopian restaurant called Habesha in Austin.
When it opened in 2013, Habesha was the second Ethiopian restaurant in Austin.
People, they come in here, we give them the food, they said, "Where's the fork?" Your hands.
Ethiopian food is eaten with injera, a fermented flatbread made with teff, a gluten-free grain.
You'll see a family dining, and everyone is on their phone eating and really not enjoying the event.
Not
you cannot
in here.
do that in Ethiopian restaurants. You have to use your hands. You can't.
Both of them.
That emphasis on family is everywhere at Habesha, from the Ethiopian art and decor to Yidni and Salam's daughters, who can often be found studying at the restaurant.
I think I was like around 4 years old when we opened, so this is like my second home.
Salam and Yidni were born and raised in different parts of Ethiopia. In the 90s, they left Africa to attend college here in the United States. Yidni immigrating to Texas, Salam to Maryland, where her family owned an Ethiopian restaurant. A chance meeting bringing them together.
My dad was visiting a friend, dining at her family restaurant. and she happened to be the waitress. And he overheard a music playing and asked her, hey, where could I get the CD? And she was nice enough to grab the CD and hand it to him.
But Yidney's dad was thinking about more than music. When he got home, he immediately gave his son a call.
And he said, hey, just call her and thank her for me.
When he called me, I was like, I give it to your dad, not for you. And then he kept calling me. I was like, okay, I think he's not gonna give up.
My dad was one who hooked me up to this.
They dated long distance before Salam moved to Texas, the couple marrying in 2003. Their daughters, Edel and Azel, are now teenagers.
I feel like we've always been around food. My mom's always cooking.
For me, I love her pancakes. She makes the best pancakes.
Salam left the restaurant industry to focus on parenting, but Yidney knew his wife's heart was in cooking professionally.
What I saw in her was the passion to own her own business.
I really want to open a restaurant, and I love the customer service and cooking.
In 2012, Yidney and Salam finding the perfect location for their restaurant.
Austin is a very unique town in that there is people from all walks of life. And I think part of the reason that we are successful is because of that diversity.
Habesha's menu honors their Ethiopian heritage with many vegetarian dishes, from stewed yellow split peas to braised collard greens. They also serve more than a dozen dishes with beef.
Texas has a lot of people that loves meat, so we have a bigger selection of meat as well. And I think my favorite dish, and that is the kutfo, or the steak tartare. When it's done right, that's probably the best dish in the world.
There's a ground beef and mixed with butter and spices.
When the pandemic hit, Habesha's popularity helped save them from closure.
And I said, okay, this is it. I think we're gonna fall down now. And then people, they support us. They love to be here. They send us check. They send us cards. We have a good community.
The donations from fans kept them afloat until they figured out a to-go plan.
Before COVID, takeout business was only 3 or 4% of our business. And overnight, we had to do 100% of our business. And by nature, Ethiopian food is not takeout, so we had to figure out a way to package the food, to market the food.
After laying off most employees, the couple had to work nonstop. As the to-go business began ramping up, Edel and Azel pitched in to support their parents and save their beloved second home.
I would write down like the orders, like the online orders, and I would like put them in the kitchen, and cleaning, washing the dishes, cutting the injera, like folding it, boxing up to-go orders.
They did a lot, and they're part of the reason why we're still around. So I'm sorry I get a little emotional when I talk about them, but yeah, they're incredible. They're just a love of my life. One of the things that we instill in them is knowing who they are, where their parents came from, and learning the culture, learning the food.
Salam is looking forward to a busier future at her dream restaurant.
I want to grow this business, and a lot of people, they never had Ethiopian food. They had Chinese food, Italian food, or Indian food. So they don't know about Ethiopian food.
I'm really proud of her because like she gets frustrated at times, but she doesn't let that like stop her. A really big inspiration to me. Whenever things get hard, you just keep going.
Best part working with your partner is the fact that you're there for each other, to comfort each other when it's down, and to be there when your partner needs you.
The best part of it, he knows what I can't do, he covered. The same thing, he cannot cook. So, okay, she can handle it.
With Austin's welcoming atmosphere, it's no surprise that more chefs are putting down roots in this fast-growing city.
It's everything from James Beard award-winning chefs and taqueros and even home cooks.
The thing that makes a food scene good is different cultures meeting each other and being able to influence each other.
The fact that anything is possible is what makes Austin such a cool place.
One thing that rings true here in Austin, no matter your background or culture, there's room for everyone at the table. I scream, you scream. Okay, I'm going to stop right there because I know you know how it goes. We are here at New York City's legendary Lexington Candy Shop. Happens to be my neighborhood luncheonette. And there was a time when soda fountains and diners like this were all over New York City and all over the country. Whether it's a cone, a sundae, or an ice cream float. I gotta tell you, there's nothing that brings back memories like places like these. Today, we're getting the scoop and diving into the history of America's beloved sweet shops. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're gonna learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. It's no coincidence that here at the Lexington Candy Shop, one of New York City's most iconic soda fountains, they serve ice cream from the city of brotherly love. It's Bassett's, the oldest ice cream company in America. In fact, Philadelphia is home to many early ice cream innovations. And at the Franklin Fountain, we've got two brothers who have recreated a turn-of-the-century fountain that celebrates Philadelphia's unique contribution to American ice cream history.
We're very proud to be called Soda Jerks.
In the heyday of soda fountains, being called a jerk was a good thing.
A soda jerk is someone that jerks the handle on the soda fountain.
We are the Burley Brothers.
I'm Ryan.
And I'm Eric Burley.
Welcome.
Come on in.
Stepping into the Franklin Fountain is like time traveling to a bygone era.
I've always felt a kinship for the turn of the century. It just feels like maybe I was there in a past life.
The Burley family originally purchasing this historic property in 2002, but they weren't sure what to do with the storefront until inspiration struck.
The building is really what inspired us to do what we do here. It was built around 1899, and the original tin ceiling remains, as well as the penny tile floor. So we really thought that a soda fountain kind of looked right for the space. There's certainly a sense of awe and wonder, sort of a transport through the time machine when you walk in the door, and that was really intentional.
The brothers working for nearly 2 years to restore the space.
It is not for the faint of heart to restore any old building. It's a labor of love. And frankly, we wouldn't have it any other way. It's part of the handmade nature of everything that we do here.
The kitchen itself was a preservation element, restoring the motor on the buttercream machine, fixing the belts. You know, the restoration of the building wasn't just the facade, but it's also the back-of-house spaces.
They also embarked on a mission to recreate an authentic fountain experience.
We took a number of road trips, in part to learn about the ice cream business, and then we would always pair soda fountain tours with those. So visiting places in the American South, going down to New Orleans, going to Savannah, seeing these old-fashioned soda fountain places, interviewing the soda jerks, the pharmacists, and really learning the culture of the soda fountain was a big part of our research.
Today, while we may take the simple pleasure of eating an ice cream cone for granted, that wasn't always the case.
I'm Sarah Lohman. I'm a food historian, author, and ice cream expert.
Let's go back to when ice cream was a luxury,
largely available to only the richest of Americans.
We don't think of these as expensive ingredients today, but ice and sugar historically were very rare, and so only the wealthiest people could afford them. So it was usually made in the home, and by home I mean a large grand estate, by people who had servants, and then eventually people who owned other people. We're talking about the enslaved. So you also needed that literal manpower to make it. That all begins to change in the 19th century as technology and supplies change.
Traditionally, European ice cream was made with a custard base that included eggs, but a simpler style emerged in Philadelphia.
I think Philadelphia is the most important city to ice cream history, maybe Pennsylvania as a whole, because we had the invention of Philadelphia-style ice cream by a black man.
Augustus Jackson, a black man who was a White House chef working under multiple presidents, including Andrew Jackson, is credited with advancing a new type of ice cream and method.
And he came up with an ice cream base that didn't use eggs, but was just as creamy and luscious, but could be made with less ingredients, made quicker, and he supposedly had really, really tasty flavors too.
A free man, he later moved back to his native Philadelphia to start his own business.
So he made it and sold it, but then he also sold it to other ice cream shops too, and became very famous and very wealthy for this new style of ice cream.
Jackson's contributions made ice cream more widely available to more consumers. Philadelphia is also home to the oldest ice cream company in America, Bassett's.
I'm Alex Bassett Strange. It was my great-great-great-grandfather that started this company all the way back in 1861, and we're proud to be here today.
Bassett's was the first merchant to sign a lease in Philadelphia's historic Reading Terminal Market, and the family is still there serving up scoops today.
Bassett's ice cream is a 16.5% butterfat ice cream, and it's what's called a Philadelphia style, which means that it's made without any egg yolk.
Innovations to ice cream production, allowing more shops like Bassett's to open up in the early 1900s, and that ushered in a new type of meeting place where folks could socialize.
And then we also had ice cream saloons. Now, the name there is key. Saloon, yeah, means bar. And at this time, bars were places where only men could go, but ice cream saloons was one of the first public spaces that was socially acceptable for women to go to. So to have a public space was really meaningful to women. To have a space where you felt free, to have a space where you could safely flirt.
Soda fountains and parlors became even more popular and almost necessary during the 1920s.
When Prohibition hits and we ban the sale of alcohol, then there's really a need for these public spaces for people to gather and socialize outside of the home. And as we move into the soda fountain era, we have a lot of creativity in adding ice cream to different flavors of soda and making these incredible concoctions and sundaes. If you were a soda jerk at the turn of the century, you were kind of a local celebrity.
Today, the jerks in charge at Franklin Fountain are serving up nostalgia along with their vintage creations.
It's one of our newer soda syrups. It's made with real watermelon fruit. Come over here to our 1905 soda fountain.
Yeah. That is really good. You know, I don't want to mess with that flavor too much, so I'll just go with vanilla. Vanilla ice cream just rounds everything out nice, plays nice at the playground. And the bean specks on the vanilla show that it's made with real vanilla, not vanillin. And that's an old Philadelphia tradition of having bean specks in their vanilla ice cream.
Franklin Fountain's menu focuses on classics, but they also bring back long-forgotten flavors. Summer hits,
like black walnut, that tend to be kind of bitter, but mixed with enough sweetness can be really unique and good. Other flavors like pawpaws, which are our native fruit here in North America.
While others misses.
A flavor that kind of bombed here, as an example, I'll tell you, was orange pineapple. Like, we really wanted to bring back orange pineapple as an ice cream, which was really popular at the turn of the century.
But the Burleys aren't just passionate about their flavors. They are working to keep a tasty tradition alive.
Our business has really enabled the preservation of a couple of historic buildings here on the block, and we hope that the fountain and the institution of the soda fountain continues and can be passed to succeeding generations of soda jerks.
Coming up, I visit a family-owned ice cream shop in Harlem and get a sweet surprise. Finish this sentence. Ice cream is?
Love.
Ice cream is not easy to make.
And scene. We're up here in Harlem, where the forecast is partly cloudy with a 100% chance of sprinkles. Why? Because we're outside Sugar Hill Creamery, where they're bringing the community together one scoop at a time. Let's check it out. Hey guys, nice to meet you.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
That's Nick and Petrushka Larson, husband and wife, and parents to Isla, Zadie, and Nico.
So let's talk ice cream.
They're also the owners of Harlem's Sugar Hill Creamery, which the couple opened in their beloved neighborhood in 2017.
We're gonna give you the scoop, Al.
Bam!
For the couple, that bam moment came after meeting up with friends in DC for some premium scoops.
We had small batch delicious ice cream, and that is when it hit us that this was not an experience that we could have in our own neighborhood.
The realization that they couldn't do this in Harlem was the beginning of their sweet journey.
When Nick and I started dating, he always said he wanted to own a food establishment of some sort. And then this, moment in life kind of presented the opportunity.
Petrushka oversees the shop's marketing and business, while Nick, he develops their artisanal flavors, often looking to the neighborhood for inspiration.
The great thing about having a small shop, you see in real time, oh yeah, they don't like this, right? And our friends from Harlem, they are not shy to being like, yo, no, this is no good.
So your flavors are nods to Harlem.
Nods to Harlem, nods to our respective cultures as well. So I'm Black, African American, and from the Caribbean. And Nick is from the Midwest and was raised on a farm. We're channeling Harlem, we're channeling childhood memories, we're channeling the way that we were raised, what we were eating. I think this is the best example of channeling our neighborhood. So we have a flavor called Cafe Tuba. And where the first location is, it's like a few blocks from Little Senegal.
The flavor Cafe Tuba uses coffee from Senegal.
We incorporate peanut brittle and Celine pepper brownies. So it's a bit of a twist on a classic, which we like to say we make, twists on classics and then other flavors that you wouldn't expect.
Many features of the Scoop Shop pay homage to Harlem, starting with the name.
Where we're sitting right now is a neighborhood that is adjacent to Sugar Hill. Sugar Hill is a neighborhood in Harlem that at the turn of the 20th century was the place where upwardly mobile Black people resided and came to, right? It was also the home of the Harlem Renaissance too. Many artists, activists were living here.
You talk about the history and homages to this neighborhood. Was there some thoughts about that historic ice cream shop, Mumford's?
Yes.
Just before opening Sugar Hill, Petrushka learned about an iconic Harlem institution, Mumford's.
small group of octogenarian Harlemites that just happened to be at this conference, and they were like, hey, she's opening an ice cream shop. This is crazy. And you're like, oh my gosh, it's like Tomford.
Tomford's was in business from 1903 to 1983, located in the heart of Harlem at 125th and St. Nicholas. Unlike many early soda fountains, it catered to black patrons, providing much more than food and ice cream.
It was the place that people went after, church on a date. And we didn't know about it when we decided to open the shop, but after we learned about it, before we opened the shop, we definitely channeled the history and spirit of that place here.
Sugar Hill's motto, "The sweet life is a love affair between community and food," and it also has a historical meaning.
The sweet life is also, a reference to the Great Migration. When people moved to Sugar Hill, they were looking for the sweet life. We wanted to give our neighbors a little bit of sweet life as well, right?
Nick and Petrushka are hopeful that their spot will become the place for making family memories down the line.
Later down the line is to hear stories like people talking about Tomford's or talking about what we meant to them, right?
To be a place where somebody could come in and say, my parents met here. What an honor. And I don't think that we take our role as, the people who created this company lightly. Like, it is such an honor to be able to serve our neighbors and to also be a place that they continue to come back to.
I think that a lot of us have really fond memories of going with our family and having ice cream on a hot summer day, or like rolling past a rural ice cream stand and it's just like packed with Little League kids. Or when you live in a city, you've got your local ice cream place that you can walk to and the whole neighborhood is there.
And as for the future of Sugar Hill Creamery?
With 3 kids, Nick, are you hoping that out of those 3, one of them is going to carry on the tradition?
It's a tricky question. Yes, I would, but I'm not going to pressure them.
At the very least, we need them to work here during high school.
Exactly.
It's time for Sunday School. Say amen, say hallelujah.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
My Sunday school teachers at Harlem Sugar Hill Creamery kicked off my lesson with a special treat, a one-of-a-kind flavor made just for me.
You should learn to scoop with your own...
My own flavor.
Your own flavor.
My own flavor.
Yeah.
Wow.
All of the ice cream served at Sugar Hill Creamery is small batch, each flavor taking 2 days from start to finish.
The difference between a small batch and large batch is one is a freezer.
These machines allow more experimentation with mix-ins.
The reason why it's homemade and why it's better to do small batch, for example, is you have freedom to do whatever the hell you want. You're not beholden to what can fit into a automated machine that, like, for example, can't put a particular like sauce in it because it'll be too thick or it'll jam something, you know, things like that.
And now, back to Sunday school. So what's my flavor?
So your flavor, so we've heard from around the way that you're a fan of cookies and cream.
I am.
Also, that you like sweet potato pie.
I do.
Okay, so this is a combination.
And pecans.
Well,
right?
the pecan element is a part of the sweet potato pie. But yes.
I can tell you guys are married. For my signature flavor, Nick started with a sweet cream base, then adding Nilla wafers.
Blended in, made a graham cracker pie crust with pecan. Roast sweet potatoes, cook it down with, basically it's a holiday IPA, and poured the beer in it, blended it up, and then made it like a custard with eggs.
Wow. A lot goes into that.
A lot goes into it.
And a lot goes into forming the perfect scoop. But picture perfect scoops wouldn't be the same without one very important invention.
The ice cream scoop was invented by a black man.
Alfred Crawley holds a patent for the ice cream mold and disher.
And that's the scoop that's like, it has a little handle that you squeeze and the thing scrapes and the ice cream plops out. He invented that in 1897 and sort of revolutionized ice cream culture.
So the side here is to form it. The tip is to like kind of scrape it, right? So if you're like just learning, the best way is just a little bit at the top, like that.
Sides and boom.
And you form it with the side.
Oh, so you're forming the ball.
Ball,
the
yeah,
scoop.
exactly. All right, voila.
Ta-da.
Right? So the cup, we'll get a little rinse.
Rinse. Okay, so you start.
You can also grab out the sides there too, because it's a little softer.
Oh, that's a sad scoop.
No, look, now you're gonna form it.
Oh, now it's forming.
Now you're.
Now it's forming. Oh,
Yep,
look at that now. Oh,
See?
hey, now we're talking.
There it is.
Wow.
There it is.
Good.
Hey now.
All right, let's taste.
Oh, time to taste. The Al Roker.
Cheers. Well,
Oh,
actually.
we also have a special name for it.
Oh, what's that?
It's your neck of the woods.
Oh, I like. Wow.
And this
is great.
Yeah.
Like all Sugar Hill flavors, there's an art to naming the ice cream. For example, their best-selling blueberry cheesecake, well, it's named for Petrushka.
So this is named after my wife, who's the chairperson of the board. She's the boss. This is the boss flavor.
Smart man.
This is the chief.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah.
My work here is done. Coming up, a whimsical creamery in Las Vegas known for its colorful creations. You know the old saying, what happens in Vegas doesn't always stay in Vegas, especially when it comes to a hot spot that's known for creating really cool desserts, Creamberry. These folks are recreating the ice cream parlor experience for a whole new generation of ice cream fans. And whether that's in person or via social media posts. Selfie, anyone?
I've seen some kids who can kill the burrito by themselves.
Most adults, it's funny,
they would share.
In Las Vegas, a few miles off the Strip, is the flashy, fabulous, and insta-famous ice cream shop, Creamberry, opened in 2016 by husband and wife team Danny and Rosalina C., hoping to create a one-stop dessert cafe.
We set on a mission to bring in a wide variety of crazy, innovative desserts into one place.
For Danny, it was a dream come true.
I've always had a sweet tooth when I was younger, and I've always loved ice cream.
Rosalina, not so much right away. She favored traditional icy desserts from her native Indonesia, not American ice cream.
We love sweet stuff, but we don't really love like ice cream, but more to like shave ice. I said, why don't we bring our Indonesia dessert to our menu?
And just like that, Creamberry started offering shaved ice.
So we have the secret ingredients, which is the sauce, the red one, that make it very good with the condensed milk, with everything fruits on top for the shaved ice, and then it's a good combination.
Danny's focus was on the full menu, adding unique treats from around the world to Creamberry, desserts like Thai-rolled ice cream and Filipino halo-halo. Recognizing the power of social media, Rosalina began posting photos and videos of their decadent creations to Instagram, and then later to TikTok. It's a practice that keeps modern ice cream parlors relevant, according to food historian Sarah Lohman.
I think social media is important because, I mean, there's people out there who are following ice cream places that maybe they'll go to, maybe they'll never go to, but it's like the visual appeal. Most people who buy cookbooks don't actually cook the recipes. It's like they flip through the pages to go on a journey. I think like social media and like ice cream social media lets us do that as well.
One of their most eye-catching treats, the legendary cotton candy burrito, a social media and IRL favorite.
Another one, maybe, ooh, look at this, the giant burrito.
Oh, the birthday burrito.
Yeah, the birthday burrito. I think that should be perfect for today.
#genius. The cotton candy burrito proves that something savory can be the sweetest inspiration.
I was having Mexican dinner one night, and of course eating burritos and tacos. That's where it gave me the idea, hey, why don't I try to experiment this into a dessert? And lo and behold, it actually worked.
Rosalina was immediately impressed.
I was like, man, that's a good idea.
Creamberry was one of the first shops in the U.S. to offer the viral treat, but it took a few tries to perfect.
As everybody knows, cotton candy is very fragile, and any type of moisture or it would just ruin the cotton candy.
The first step in the process isn't posted on social media.
Spinning of the cotton candy is one of our trade secrets for our cotton candy burrito. So we usually spin it in the back in the kitchen.
The couple's young sons also deserve a shout out for their love of cotton candy and its impact on their business.
Our kids love cotton candy, so that's why that's the first time that we bring the cotton candy to our shop.
So what's more important, how their desserts look or how they taste?
Both.
Both.
If customers come in and they're visually attracted to it and they try it and it doesn't taste good, they're not going to come back and get the same dessert.
So we eat with our eyes, right? So there's always been effort and consideration into the appearance of food, but the more photographs we can take and the wider they get spread, like with the spread of Instagram and social media, I think there's been even more of a sort of focus on how our food looks on camera. And ice cream is sort of the perfect medium for that. Like you can have a really wild color, you can have this like a really elaborate sundae, or you can have something that's just like really bold and beautiful. And luckily, because it's ice cream, it all still tastes good while looking good at the same time.
Other Insta and TikTok-worthy finds include their made-to-order ice cream tacos and wild milkshakes. For Rosalina, the more social interaction, the better.
We really love to see the comments, how many likes we got, and then, you know, like a lot of people repost it too.
And those comments, good and bad, help the duo refine their creations.
Sometimes people say, oh, don't put too much sprinkled candy or whatever it is. And then sometimes we take it like, oh yeah, maybe not too much, just maybe only a little bit.
Yeah, it's very helpful for us as well, because then at least we can adjust what is necessary and to accommodate the customers.
The virtual shares are sweet, but it's even sweeter when followers from around the world get to try Creamberry.
We can never get enough of seeing all the smiles when the customers get their orders. Just the facial expression that they give us.
In an era when we're bombarded with options, the simple joy of heading out for ice cream has withstood the test of time.
I think that ice cream shops, spaces, parlors, ice creameries have survived because they've always fulfilled that community space and that family space. It's something that everybody can come together around.
And families behind the counter will keep scooping up sweet memories for years to come. When most of us think about Detroit, Motown, car manufacturing, even sports comes to mind. But when it comes to food, the folks here in the Motor City are all about one famous Frank, the Coney dog. And no, we're not talking about Coney Island in New York. In Michigan, a Coney is both a diner to locals and a hot dog smothered in chili, topped with onions, and finished off with a of mustard. Now, there are dozens of Coneys in the Detroit metro area. Some bear the Coney Island name, others don't. But you'll always find some type of sausage, a bun, and a signature meat sauce on the menu. So, what makes Michigan crazy for Coneys? Let's find out.
The relationship between Coneys and Detroit, it's a long relationship. It's a long love story.
The Coney is a part of Detroit.
If you can drive and eat a Coney, it's not a Detroit-style Coney, in my opinion.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Welcome to Detroit. What do you say we travel back in time to the earliest days of the Coney? The folks at American Coney Island have been dishing up this local specialty for more than 100 years. In fact, this restaurant and the one next door, well, they've got a shared history. But American has been run by the same family for 3 generations. Founded by a Greek immigrant, this restaurant story is synonymous with the legendary hot dog of this city. What do you say we go meet the family?
One to go plain, one fry.
At American Coney Island, hot dogs aren't just a meal, they're memories. Grace Quiros is the 3rd generation owner of this legendary spot. Grace!
Al!
Hi, good to see you again.
Good to
It's
see
been
you.
a long time.
It has.
We sat down to talk Coney traditions, turning points, and of course, toppings. People are very passionate about their Coney Island hot dog.
Yes, they are.
Why?
Because it holds a nostalgia and a tradition to them. We see daily generations of people coming in here. Remember Grandpa bringing them, my mom brought me. It's part of their growing up, it's part of their life.
30 years ago, Grace took over the restaurant reins from her dad, Chuck Quiros. Chuck inheriting the business from his father, founder Constantine Quiros, AKA Gust. Your place, this place on this corner, has been here for 105 years. What is it like being really part of the fabric of an iconic city like Detroit?
It's surreal. I mean, I think back to my grandfather and my dad and the things they saw here from riots to Tigers winning the World Series when they were good. Such a deep history and proud. Mm-hmm. I love this city.
The Coney craze in Detroit is really a legacy of the Quiros family.
Historian Joe Grimm co-writing the book on Coneys in the Motor City.
The Quiroses came to Detroit from Dara in Greece, where this was a sheep herding town, and they needed to find work. And they really struck gold, as in the color of mustard, when they started making these Coney Island hot dogs.
In the late 1800s, Greece was facing a massive economic crisis, setting off a wave of global migration. By 1920, it's estimated that over 400,000 Greeks immigrated to the United States seeking new opportunities. Like most European immigrants of the era, they passed through New York before moving on to other parts of the country.
They entered, most of them, through Ellis Island, which is near Coney Island, They saw people on Coney Island and in New York eating hot dogs and said, we're going to go into the hot dog business, but we're going to top it with something Greek. Now, the true origins, like who invented the Coney dog, lost to history. It just sort of happened in a lot of places in about the same time, mostly by Greek immigrants.
Gust and his brother, Bill Kuros, opening one of Detroit's first Coney shops in the early 1900s. A family rift caused the brothers to split, leading to side-by-side Coney operations and a long-lasting restaurant rivalry. Detroiters swearing allegiance to American or Lafayette, but only American is still owned by the Kuros family today.
We figure well more than 100 Coney Islands can trace their lineage directly to that flat-top grill.
Each Coney spot in the Detroit area and throughout Michigan has its own history, from National to Kirby's to Nicky D's, from Berkeley Coney Island to El George's to Leo's and more. But all of the city's Coneys have a similar foundation, starting with a steamed bun. You add a beef and pork hot dog.
Then it's covered with a chili sauce. And the chili sauce is where Coney owners can improvise and innovate. And then on top of that, it's going to be a yellow salad mustard and diced onions, and never any ketchup. If you put ketchup on a Coney dog, you might get thrown out of the restaurant.
Definitely a controversial condiment here.
Definitely no ketchup.
But I see ketchup behind.
We sell French fries. When customers come to the carryout and want, I'll have a Coney with everything. Every once in a while you get, okay, I want ketchup on mine too. We don't do it. We refuse to put the ketchup on the hot dog. And we've had people who got a little upset with us. I'm like, dude, I'm not putting ketchup on the hot dog.
Your grandfather immigrates here from
Greece.
Why hot dogs?
It was something that he had seen when he landed at Ellis Island in New York. He saw, the amusement park. You got to remember, he was a young man, came over with no money, borrowed a pair of shoes. He heard the automotive business was hiring in Detroit, made his way to Detroit, thinking they'll hire me even though I don't know how to read or write. They didn't. On this little corner right here where we are now, he started a little push cart. We're Greek, right? We know food. So Grandpa remembered the hot dogs, made a Greek chili sauce. Our chili's a little unique.
You hear about a Coney Island hot dog, you think
Yes.
about Nathan's in New York City.
But here's the difference. I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
A Coney Island in New York is an amusement park that
Right.
sells hot dogs. In Detroit, a Coney Island is it's the hot dog with the chili, mustard, onions on it. That's the difference. And I got a lot of heated arguments with people about that.
Really?
In Detroit, it is the actual thing you're eating, thanks to my grandpa, because he named it American Coney Island. He was so grateful he was in America and all the opportunities were given to him.
Grace now in charge of carrying on the family legacy. It's obviously been passed from generation to
Yes.
generation here. But each time you lose a member of the generation, it's got to be tough. You just lost your dad.
Yes.
Not too long ago.
Yeah, 6 months ago.
When you come in, do you feel him here?
I do. Yes, I do. And I feel a sense of pride. I miss him a lot, obviously, but I just feel his presence. I feel everything he taught me. My grandpa did his thing. Then once my dad stepped in and took over, he took it to the next level. Then I took it to a whole nother level, with my brother's help included.
Grace's brother, Chris Soteropoulos, helps run the business today. There's an American outpost at the Detroit Zoo, plus a new location in Las Vegas. They're also shipping Coney kits all across the country. You get everybody from all walks of life, every demographic, every racial component,
You nailed it,
everybody
100%.
comes here.
Yes.
The American Coney is the great equalizer.
I love the way you put it that way, Al. Exactly. We love our customers. Our customers are like family. This is no joke. This is who made us. So we treat you like family. We don't know any different.
Coming up, I learned how to make the quintessential Coney.
One up! Right there, nice shot.
At American Coney Island, the oldest family-run Coney spot in Detroit, they keep things traditional.
But you know, as I look at your menu, and I look at the pictures, they're vintage, let's say. It doesn't look like you have strayed that much from the original menu.
We haven't. I won't. Why add to it when it's working?
You know what else is working? Me. I got behind the grill with Grace to prep the perfect plate of Coneys.
This is the proprietary hot dog. If you notice the natural casing.
Yes.
It's a 90% beef, 10% pork with a lambskin casing.
That's like 3 meats in one. You
Exactly.
Pork, beef, and lamb.
That's right. And that's what makes it pop. Like when you bite into it, it snaps like a party in your mouth.
Yes. That detail kept popping up everywhere we went.
It's a warm bun, it's the snap of the hot dog.
When you bite it, you hear that pop. You can tell it's a natural casing because when you bite it, it snaps back at you.
The steamer bun.
And
that's what we were taught. They're in a steamer. You know, there's just enough steam in here. So you're gonna pull out the bun.
Right.
Look for the cut.
Yep.
So open it up a little, grab your plate.
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna grab one.
Right.
Come over here. Do you want to top it or do you want to?
I want to watch the top.
Okay, give it a little mix. This is that
little zhuzh.
Greek, yeah, that's right. It gets a little messy. Some chili, add a little more. You know, be cheap with the chili. Greek spices, that's the magic.
The secret spice blend? Well, it's secret. But the chili is made with ground beef.
The tangy mustard.
Tangy.
Just a little lime, nothing more. You take some onions, sprinkle them across, and there you go.
Boom. Okay.
105 years.
105 years of magic. My turn. Get a plate.
I need one up, which means I need one for a customer.
One for a customer.
Everything on it. Chili, mustard, onions.
Get the split.
Open it up a little more, El. All right, that's not too bad.
Okay. Boom. All right, now I come over here.
Keep the bun open because you want the chili to go in.
Because you want the chili to go in.
Yeah, you want the chili. You want it, yeah.
I want that chili.
You're gonna chintz out on that chili.
Don't chintz on the chili.
Turn your dish a little so it's easier for you to pour over there.
All right. That really, it does have a creamy consistency.
See, it's really creamy, right? Exactly.
Mustard.
There you go. Ooh, that's heavy mustard. Did they order heavy mustard?
No, they didn't. I'm making this for myself.
Exactly. There you go.
All right. One up.
Ready. There. Nice job.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Woo!
Good job, Al.
Hey now.
Life-changing experience.
It's magic in your mouth. Every great Coney needs a great bun, but not just any bun will do. A few miles from downtown Detroit is another family-run institution that's keeping the Coney tradition alive. What started as a small baking business is now one of the state's biggest suppliers of Coney buns. And that bun is the Coney Island Steamer. That's a good bun.
The Coney Island Steamer is a 6-inch hot dog bun.
At Metropolitan Baking Company, they like big buns and they cannot lie.
The Coney Island Steamer bun is our flagship item on the bun and roll line.
Not to mention, they claim to have buns of steel.
These buns sit in a steam table. The product's formulated for that steam table. That bun is gonna sit there and it's not gonna fall apart on you when you load it with all those condiments.
In Michigan, Coney dogs aren't just a tasty meal, they're big business.
The Coney business gave rise to supplier industries, just as the auto industry did. So we need to have a major bun maker here. The big maker nowadays is Metropolitan Bakery, and they bake these Coney dog buns with the sponge dough method.
For 3 generations, the Cordes family, who also trace their roots back to Greece, has risen to the occasion, selling specialty breads.
Metropolitan Baking Company was founded by my grandfather in 1945.
In the beginning, Metropolitan only sold simple loaves. Today, they produce dozens of items for grocery stores, high-end restaurants, and of course, Coney diners. And while their products have changed over the years, a few names have truly stood the test of time.
He was George James Cordes, namesake, and my father is James George Cordes, and I'm George James Cordes. My father, just like me, was bred in the business.
George credits his father for the company's massive expansion in the mid-'80s.
This summer, we're going to be producing millions of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns.
This abundance, pun intended, is all thanks to automation.
Automation is really what transformed this company. We went from packaging maybe 10, 15 loaves of bread a minute to 140 loaves a minute.
In 2001, after years of recipe testing, the signature steamer bun was added to the product line.
It is a hot dog bun that we've formulated to be used at the Coney Island restaurants, in Metro Detroit specifically. This bun that we produce is in roughly 95% of all Coney Island restaurants.
And it takes a lot of dough to make all those buns.
So what we're doing right now, this is where it all begins. This is the mixing room, and we're about to create a 1,600-pound dough batch of hot dog buns. Major ingredients are going to be flour is 65%, then you've got your yeast, you've got your sugar, you've got your oil, and a bunch of proprietary ingredients. Any minute. That's roughly 1,200 packages of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns. There you go. You did it.
That makes over 14,000 buns. After mixing, the dough gets cut into bun-sized portions.
You're looking at 3-foot sheets that were just guillotined, and now they're going into a smaller divider to be put into roughly 1.25-ounce dough balls.
Next up, time to proof.
After 60 minutes, the dough has risen. And after about 10 minutes bake time, we're gonna have a fully baked hot dog bun that's prepared to cool.
The buns are almost ready.
The product's sliced, after the cooling conveyor, and then it's paddled on top of each other to create a 12-pack, a dozen buns. The baskets are headed down to logistics and ready to be set up for routes.
Then it's off to stores in Michigan's finest Coney restaurants, including American Coney Island. While the factory may have a lot of machinery, George has always been hands-on.
So I worked here every summer throughout high school and throughout college, almost every position. And you really learn what hard work is as a kid to work in a bread factory, when it's 110 degrees out.
When Grandpa George started the company, he had fewer than 10 employees. Today, they've got almost 100.
When they say employees and family employees, that's what John is. He's literally family.
John Grabowski has worked with all 3 generations of the Cordes family. At 12 years old, he took a summer job washing buckets at Metropolitan. Today, he's the plant's lead engineer.
It's like family. When you come to this business, everybody that's here, they feel like family to me. Everybody says hello to each other. It's a good camaraderie. Everybody likes each other.
It's more than just bread and butter for the employees.
It's really nice being run by a family-owned business. You can come to work and feel like you're at home.
It's like a second family to me. We all work together, we get down in the dirt, we exchange all kinds of work habits, and we learn from each other, and we do the best we can.
The longtime employees are proud, keeping Detroit's Coney tradition going strong.
We all grew up eating Coneys, right? Comerica Park, baseball games as a kid with mom and dad and grandparents, family time. Coney dogs that's a part of pretty much everybody's childhood. It's a joy to be a part of that heritage.
Today, Metropolitan's running 6 days a week, 20 hours a day.
The amount of product that we're sending out each day, from the first dough that's kicking out around 1:30 in the morning till the final package at 10 at night, I feel constant pride.
As for the future, George's kids seem to have inherited his love for the bakery.
My daughters, Cecile and Sloan, I bring them almost every Saturday. They actually tell me that they enjoy it more than Disney World. This is their favorite place on earth, just like what it was for me as a kid that age.
It's that joy and a family legacy that George hopes will carry on for many years to come.
I absolutely love what we're doing here. I love our history. I never want to be that third generation cliche. I want to continue the growth with my kids or my kids' kids, have them look back at family members and say, wow, that's incredible. Look at what you've done.
Chili, mustard, onion.
What happens if you reverse it?
Oh, you're out.
You're out.
You're out.
You're out. Minutes from downtown is Detroit's Brush Park neighborhood. Folks here are flocking to enjoy the good vibes at this cool Coney spot. CMO may be relatively new to the game, but loyal fans can't get enough of their chili, mustard, and onions. CMO, get it? But unlike most diners in town, here, the Coney, the sauce, and everything else on the menu is powered by plants.
My name is Pete Lacombe. I'm the owner of Chili Mustard Onions in Detroit, Michigan.
You could say opening a vegan Coney spot in the Coney capital takes guts and grit, and that's exactly what this family's made of.
I don't follow any rules. I follow the important ones, but I don't do what everybody else does.
Pete and his wife Shelley, along with their daughter Darla, launching CMO in 2018. It's the first and only all-vegan Coney spot in Detroit.
I would say my wife gave me the biggest kick in the butt to go vegan, and we did.
I had a vision that we were going to open a vegan Coney Island, and I told Pete that, and he told me I was out of my mind.
Pete and Shelley have enjoyed many a traditional Coney as lifelong Detroit residents.
When Shelly and I got married, she used to tell me all the time that I was going to open a restaurant, and it was going to be a vegan restaurant. And I said, yeah, I'm not vegan. So I asked her why she thought I was going to open a vegan restaurant. She said, you could never hurt an animal or sell animals. And I went, you're so right.
Now, The family's been vegan for over 10 years.
It not only saved my life going vegan and saved my life by doing something I love, I got to do something I love every single day with the people I love.
Before entering the restaurant business, Pete worked in the auto industry, just like his dad and his granddad.
When I was in automotive design, I ate horribly. I smoked cigarettes, I drank a lot. It was just kind of the norm in that field. That was really in my blood, but it wasn't in my soul. Cooking was in my soul.
Pete's true passion coming from spending time with family in the kitchen.
So we lived really close to my grandparents, and what was in my soul was food. I cooked with my grandmas all the time. My grandma, my mom's mom, really should have opened a restaurant, and I feel like I'm living that dream through her.
That dream now possible with the next generation.
So Darla's our manager, and she takes care of the customers so well. And seeing the woman that she has become, we're so proud of her.
My wife and I, we've been through so much. We're partners in crime, partners in life, partners in love.
And partners in creating a home away from home for every customer.
I created CMO, the interior, to reflect like my basement or my living room, where you could come over and eat at my house. Everybody's welcome in my home.
Every day, somebody wants to go tell him how fabulous this place is and how blown away they are with his food.
Since it first opened, CMO has been delighting vegans and non-vegans alike with their take on hot dogs smothered in chili.
The amount of love and emotion that is put into the food in every bite, you can tell that. I've never had vegan food, but it was really, really good. This just tasted so similar to it would as a regular Coney Island.
You know, it's hard to come by something that's like so close to like a childhood favorite.
Of course, I had to see if this Coney truly lived up to the hype.
Hey, Al. Nice to meet you.
Nice
to meet you. Welcome to my kitchen.
Well, this is really cool. We've heard all about this. When you're used to something that is meat,
Yeah.
you know, getting them to try something that doesn't quite fit what they think it's supposed to be.
For me, I let my food speak. If I put something out there on a plate that is incredible, happens to be vegan, that changes minds and hearts, and you know, it's incredible.
I see your wife and your daughter standing out there. Are they taste testers?
Oh, my wife for sure, yes.
That's love.
It is. Oh, it's love. And we'll be married 30 years this year.
Congratulations.
So, thank you.
Let's make some vegan magic.
Let's do that.
The hot dog, what kind of protein is this?
It's a pea and soy protein.
And this is your chili.
Yes.
Now, what's the protein in here?
This is
chili?
Beyond Crumble, a plain Beyond Crumble.
A lot of Coney places are hush-hush about their chili, but Pete was willing to dish a little.
How do you make your chili?
I use a blend of spices, salt, pepper, garlic, onion, and a few other things that are top secret. We're gonna throw that in our water.
Okay.
That's the hero right there.
Right there.
The spice is the hero.
The chili's brought to a boil, then thickened with potato starch. It was time to try my first vegan Coney.
That's a healthy ladle.
It is. I usually do a little more than that.
Wow.
So, yeah. Do a lot of onions. Here they are.
Let's give it a shot. That's really good. Especially the chili.
Thank you.
How long did you have to work on the chili recipe?
You know, I hit it right on the head when we first went vegan, and then I didn't write it down. So then it took me about a year after that to really nail it down.
But even with a winning recipe, times have been tough for CMO.
What was the pandemic like for you guys?
It hit us extremely hard, and we're still struggling and fighting, and you know, there's no quit in us, but it's been tough. Yeah.
How's the future look for you?
I really don't know. We're trying. We're working every day, but I don't know what the future holds. I really don't.
If it's based on the taste of that, your future's bright, my friend.
Thank you so much.
That is good.
Thanks so much.
Wow.
The history behind Detroit's Coney dog is truly an all-American tale, from the Greek immigrants who borrowed the name to a mashup of traditional flavors with a boardwalk staple. And now, there's a whole generation of locals who are ensuring that this regional hot dog is here to stay. In the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, black-owned restaurants weren't just places to get a meal. several becoming crucial meeting spots for activists at the forefront of the civil rights movement. And the families still operating these restaurants today are committed to honoring their historic legacies. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. We're in Harlem, the epicenter of black culture in the United States. Now, many historians agree the Harlem Renaissance paved the way for the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s. So in this episode, we're traveling across the country to explore 3 legendary black-owned restaurants. For generations, these beloved eateries have been serving up dishes to historic figures and those fighting for change. First up, we're heading south to visit an iconic establishment that defied segregation laws. New Orleans, a city that celebrates food, music, nightlife, and history. In the Big Easy, you'll find many historic sites that played a vital role in the civil rights movement, like William Frantz Elementary School, where 6-year-old Ruby Bridges broke barriers in 1960, or New Zion Baptist Church, a hub for activists, and Tremé, one of the oldest black neighborhoods in America. Here, you'll find the only restaurant on the U.S. Civil Rights Trail.
Dooky Chase restaurant definitely is a historical landmark institution here in New Orleans.
This popular eatery is a living testament to a woman who changed the face of fine dining in America, Chef Leah Chase.
I'm Stella Chase Reese, and I am the president of the corporation here at Dooky Chase's.
And I'm Edgar Duke Chase IV, and I'm the executive chef here at Dooky Chase Restaurant.
Stella's grandparents first opened Dooky Chase's as a po' boy shop, becoming a full-service restaurant in 1941.
African Americans didn't have that place to celebrate birthdays, to celebrate promotions, to celebrate good grades, weddings, proms. So they opened up a place where that could happen.
But the next generation had a new vision for the eatery.
It was my father, Edgar Chase Jr., and his wife, Leah Lange Chase, that continued the legacy that my grandparents started.
Dooky Chase Jr. was an avid jazz musician who promoted some of America's first integrated concerts.
His friendship with all the musicians, Ray Charles and Duke Ellington and Sarah Vaughan, we would hear stories of them after their performance coming here to dine at Dooky Chase.
And Leah was determined to bring an elevated dining experience for her black patrons.
She wanted the best china, she wanted linens, she wanted them to be served the best they could be served, because she didn't want our community to be deprived of anything else than any other community had.
That community was on the brink of a revolution, years in the making.
Post-1865 in the Emancipation Proclamation, with the masses of African American people now free, the country was overwhelmed. Hierarchies needed to be reestablished. It was important from a white supremacist point of view that black folks knew their place.
By the late 19th century, Jim Crow laws legalizing racial segregation in the former Confederate states. Those laws were further cemented by the Supreme Court case Plessy versus Ferguson, which upheld the separate but equal doctrine. But Dooky Chase's defied those laws, welcoming patrons of all races to dine and discuss political issues facing the black community.
Their willingness and openness to everyone in the community made them a hub of safety, made them a hub of belonging.
But that openness also made the Chase family a target.
There were times that we had people throw things in and try to, destroy the peace. But that didn't frighten my parents. They continued because they know what they were doing was the correct thing to do.
By the 1960s, Dooky Chase's had become a go-to spot where activists could connect and strategize.
We had the opportunity to serve many of our civil rights leaders, Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, Rosa Parks, Thurgood Marshall. The list goes on and on. And then freedom bus riders, they came here. My parents realized that until we all learn to enjoy life together and get to that part where social justice would be for everyone, that this community or any other community in our country would not grow and will not be better.
In the 1970s, Leah becoming passionate about promoting black artists.
Her love of art was also celebrated here at Dooky Chase's when she gave African American artists the opportunity to actually display their art on her wall, because at the time they had no place to display their art.
Her extraordinary life even becoming the inspiration for Disney's first black princess, Tiana.
It meant a lot for her because she did have some of the kids dress up and come here.
Leah Chase, the queen of Creole cuisine, passing away on June 1st, 2019. But her spirit and her culinary traditions are in vigilant and capable hands.
This is Leah Chase's kitchen. It's set up the same way, and we love it like that, because as you know, she's still with us. She's still watching us.
Chef Duke continues to serve Creole cuisine that's been on the menu for decades, from red beans and rice to shrimp clemenceau and the famous chicken a la Dooky. But the restaurant's most popular dish, gumbo.
You think back to the civil rights era when we had leaders strategizing in our upstairs dining room. We fed them gumbo. You think about presidents today, President Barack Obama, President George Bush came here. We always started them with gumbo because my grandmother always believed that her gumbo will solve any problems, and we like to say her gumbo changed the course of America.
Gumbo, an official state food of Louisiana. Dooky Chase's version has a little something for everyone. Not one, but two types of sausage. Some Louisiana blue crab.
What we do here is we take the top shell off, we clean it up, and we just crack it in half, release some of those flavors.
Chicken and shrimp.
This is really coming out to be a beautiful gumbo.
Gumbo simmering until it's ready to serve.
I mean, if you just smell this, the neighborhood smelling this, everybody knows when Dooky Chase is cooking gumbo.
Today, the Chase empire is expanding. Chef Duke just opened the family's newest restaurant, Chapter 4.
Being a fourth-generation African-American restaurateur is huge.
Many generations now working side by side.
Being around my family all day, that's the biggest blessing. I'm so grateful that I get to work with all my family, and it's such a joy.
And that joy best expressed over great food.
Hello, family. Enjoying everything.
It's great everything.
What's the song that Rachel?
I'm going down to Dooky Chase to get myself some gumbo. When the service is right,
they treat you nice.
The whole restaurant, Dooky Chase's, is a gift to the family that was given by my great-grandparents. And so we want to make sure that, the restaurant sustains that legacy and all the traditions.
Leah Chase said,
Food builds big bridges.
if you can eat with someone, you can learn from them.
And when you learn from someone, you can make big changes.
We can change the course of America in this restaurant over a bowl of gumbo.
We can talk to each other and relate to each other.
When we eat together.
A trip to Harlem just wouldn't be complete without a meal here at Sylvia's restaurant. This neighborhood institution has been serving up soul food since 1962. And what started as a small luncheonette has now become a family empire, beloved by tourists, locals, and plenty of famous faces.
The cornbread was sweet, it was warm, and it just reminded me of home.
It took me back to my grandmother's cooking, so I really enjoyed it.
What brought me here today was that I was hungry and wanted some good soul food. So where do you go in Harlem? Sylvia's.
Soul food is the cultural identity marker that really symbolizes our journey as a people living in America.
Triness Woods Black is the granddaughter of the legendary queen of soul food, Sylvia Woods.
Sylvia grew up in Hemingway, South Carolina, where she met her love, Herbert Woods, when they were 11 and 12. They fell in love picking beans after school.
But this entrepreneur-to-be wasn't content with life on the farm.
My grandmother, she came to New York when she was 16. She knew that this was a place that was more palatable for African Americans to really live.
Sylvia and Herbert were among the estimated 6 million African Americans who left the Jim Crow South during the Great Migration.
They came, north to escape all of the atrocities that were happening and to really be in control of their lives. If you were black, Harlem was the place to be.
Sylvia finding work at a diner, Johnson's Luncheonette, which she eventually purchased from the owner with a loan from her mom.
Mr. Johnson knew that my grandmother would make it. And on August 1st, 1962, Sylvia's restaurant was born.
As the cultural center of Black America, Harlem became a crucial site for demonstrations and organizing by leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X, according to Professor Psyche Williams-Forson.
The heart of civil rights is America, because it wasn't limited to one area. Though folks who were in the North, they still experienced poverty and inequality and voter suppression and homelessness.
Sylvia made the restaurant a welcoming place for activists.
She played her role as ensuring that the community leaders had a place to meet and to commune and to strategize. Everyone dined at Sylvia's. Dizzy Gillespie, Ozzie Davis, Ruby Dee. These are actors and actresses that were on the front line.
By the 1960s, the movement had achieved major gains, like the historic Brown versus Board of Education and successful boycotts. But racial discrimination and police brutality against Black Americans persisted, resulting in deadly riots throughout the decade. Two devastating events just 4 years apart sparked destructive riots throughout Harlem. But Sylvia's was always spared.
Harlem was on fire, and my grandmother kept the restaurant open because the grocery stores were not open, nothing was open. People couldn't feed their kids. And she was in that kitchen making food so that this community would have something to eat.
This strong connection with Harlemites has continued for decades.
We have guests that eat with us every single day. And sometimes we have people that eat with us multiple times a day.
Coming up, I learned the secret to Sylvia's famous fried chicken. Sylvia's in Harlem has been serving up soul food since 1962. And this native New Yorker couldn't wait to get back into their historic dining room.
Oh, wow. It's so good to see you.
It's been so long.
It's been way too long.
I missed you.
I've missed you too. But you know what? The good thing about Sylvia's is it's like I saw you yesterday.
It's coming home.
It's coming home.
It's coming home. The dining room walls showcasing famous faces and political figures, along with treasured memories.
This picture is one of my grandmother's favorites. This was when Winnie and Nelson Mandela came to New York when he was freed.
Eating here has become a rite of passage for many candidates.
And there's a young man, I don't know whatever happened to this guy.
You know, I think he might have turned out okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
After a meal here,
yeah.
this is what sent him on his path.
That's right. It was the chicken. It was the chicken.
But the heart of Sylvia's is Harlem. Triness and her family have worked hard to stay active in the neighborhood, from funding college scholarships for local teens to supporting Black Lives Matter events.
What is it about this restaurant that keeps people coming back?
Authenticity. Authenticity times love. Sylvia's, when you come to Sylvia's, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get some good food that's going to make you feel warm.
Today, over a dozen family members help run Sylvia's empire, which includes a catering business and a successful food product line.
What's it like working with family? Because I know your brother Marcus,
Yeah.
your baby brother Marcus,
My baby
is there in the
brother.
kitchen. What's that like?
Watching my brother throw down in the kitchen is something that we always knew was going to happen.
Executive Chef Marcus Woods has been at the helm for 5 years.
Sylvia's grandson, it is so good to see you.
Yeah.
And you're back here, you're running the kitchen. What's that like for you? I mean, knowing that this legacy your grandmother's had.
I'm honored. I still get to cook for people like you and the community of Harlem. So as long as I can do that, I'm happy and always honored and blessed.
You know, the amazing thing is food brings people together. You look in that dining room, everybody's there.
Yes. Well, Sylvia used to always say that the first time you come to Sylvia's, you're a guest. The second time, you're family.
According to Marcus, fried chicken, the most beloved menu item.
So, did your grandmother teach you how to do this?
Yes, she taught me how to fry chicken, everything down to the seasoning. She would always say, you know, moisturize chicken and marinate it like you're putting lotion on a baby.
Now I can't get that image out of my head
Exactly.
now.
One secret, Chef Marcus first applies a dry rub to marinate the chicken.
No, is that just plain flour?
Yeah, this is plain flour. We add a little coarse black pepper to it. Drop them all in there. You just want to give it a little mix.
Again, the baby metaphor.
The baby metaphor.
Like you're tossing the baby.
After the chicken's coated, it gets a gentle shake. Then it's into the deep fryer.
That looks like tender love and care right there.
Oh,
See
yeah.
how gentle he's putting it in there?
Putting the baby to bed.
Yep. They'll let you know when they're ready to wake up.
What's the best part of working here?
That every day when I walk in, I get to feel like my grandmother's still with me.
Ah.
Yeah. Like I feel her, I can really feel her presence in this place. And it reminds me every time you're feeling a little lazy, it's like, all right, she's watching. You gotta pick up the pace. And she treated everybody the same. Celebrity, normal person, worker, dishwasher, cook, chef.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can ever live up to who she was, but I'm gonna try. She was an amazing person.
After about 15 minutes, golden perfection.
Wow. That looks perfect. Now, this
Now
is
you're a
what-
thigh person,
This is,
so
yeah,
I
I
know
am a
what you're
thigh
going
person.
for.
Oh, I remember how good this is.
That's perfect.
Perfect?
Wow, the seasoning, it's moist, crisp. Oh. Your grandmother's smiling right now.
That's Sylvia's fried chicken right there.
You treated the baby well.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus, this is fantastic. It's so great to see you.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'm going to take this piece to go.
Oh, I'm gonna pack up a whole bunch for you.
Thank you. Welcome back. In Oakland, California, Lois the Pie Queen has been serving up Southern specialties, hospitality, and of course, fabulous pies since the 1950s. But it's more than just a space for delectable food. It's a well-known hub for political activists, artists, musicians, and everyday folks to meet, mix, and collaborate.
Come on down to Lois the Pie Queen. Get your breakfast on and them mean green.
Lois the Pie Queen is serving up much more than brunch staples.
It's just a great place for locals to come, great place for people to connect.
And it's just awesome that I can come to a place like this and have some soul food.
My name is Chris Davis, and I'm owner of Lois the Pie Queen. We serve food that warms the soul.
This family's roots run deep in Northern California. Lois Davis, Chris's mom, began selling homemade pies at her church in the 1940s. They were an instant hit. Her husband, Roland, dubbed her the Pie Queen and saw a new business opportunity.
My dad was a chef at B&G Foods in San Francisco, and they combined both of their efforts to open up the restaurant and serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
In 1953, the duo opening their Oakland restaurant.
So my mother ran the restaurant for 40 years, and it started at 4:30 in the morning for her and ended at 11 at night, and she was a pure perfectionist.
Lois perfecting recipes she enjoyed growing up.
The recipes were my grandmother's recipes. My grandmother was from Texas, and they have maintained the test of time. All of the items that are on the menu were pretty much on the menu when my mom started the restaurant.
From key lime pie topped with raspberry jam to banana cheesecake, sweet treats are always popular here. But there are plenty of savory staples that keep customers coming back every morning. And there's one dish with a special place in many folks' hearts.
You might not find salmon croquettes on the menu anywhere in the Bay Area.
The salmon croquettes are part salmon, part mackerel, yellow onions, salt and pepper, Italian breadcrumbs.
These croquettes, which originated in the South, were a meal staple for many black families.
Most black folks couldn't afford crab, once it became popularized, but in the absence of that, canned fish, salmon croquettes became a major filler.
With a couple of cans, families could make an affordable yet delicious meal. Lois's dishes have brought in celebrities from Sammy Davis Jr. to Zendaya, and sports icons like Reggie Jackson ate here so often, they actually named a pork chop special after him.
So here's my wall of fame and some of the special people that are up here. This is Black Panther Party Minister Eldridge Cleaver.
All power to the people!
In the 1960s and 70s, Lois welcomed members of the newly formed Black Panther Party. The restaurant is a short drive from Merritt Community College, where activists Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale first met, founding the party in 1966. Chris attended Merritt with both of them.
I had Eldridge Cleaver, Angela Davis, Bobby Seale, Huey P. Newton come through the restaurant. Civil rights leaders and organizers and community leaders would come and meet and organize and strategize. There was a lot of electricity in the restaurant when they visited.
The Black Panthers have a controversial legacy.
The story we tend to hear is one of violence. What we don't hear about as much are the various lunch programs and free breakfast, of course. They saw black communities as in and of themselves resilient, capable of being self-sufficient.
Lois and Chris were not members of the party, but it was during this era the restaurant became an important gathering space in the Oakland community for different walks of life.
When people come and are needy and ask for food, we always do what my mom did, which was we always take care of them. We always give them a meal.
The restaurant expanding this mission amid the pandemic, providing 16,000 meals to locals in need.
It is a place for people to come and get together and try and figure out how to make our community and our world a better place.
Today, that mission to help others has evolved.
Chris uses his platform to support local musicians and keep the restaurant buzzy by bringing in younger generations.
I believe that that aspect of music and musicianship is something that is in the ethos of the restaurant. Hey, Mr. Jackson, how are you? Good, I'm doing good, babe.
Good to see you, man.
Good.
He recently started a music management company for Wise Men Entertainment that he unofficially runs from the tables at Lois.
It's not an accident or a coincidence that you look around and see a lot of photographs of, famous folks. There's a lot of people that he supports. And I don't mean support just by putting up pictures up. He'll cultivate young artists that are looking to get an opportunity to get a platform where they can be seen and heard.
Would you like hash browns, grits, or rice?
Grits, of course, grits.
Chris is determined to keep the restaurant in the family. His son, Corey Jackson, has been overseeing the day-to-day at Lois for nearly 5 years.
Working with my dad gave me an understanding of not only the hard work my grandmother put forward and how much my dad is trying to fill those.
Corey hoping his sons will share the passion for the family business.
They can't stay away. They have a job right now. They fold silverware. It's great to see my kids and their Papa Chris bond in those times.
Chris thinks Lois would be incredibly proud to see her restaurant continuing to thrive.
We are the oldest Black restaurant in the Bay Area. It is a tribute to my mom's efforts to support her community and to create a place that was a home away from home and a place that served food that warmed the soul.
Cheesecake. Cheesecake.
As you might imagine, keeping a restaurant running for decades is no easy feat, especially in the face of adversity. But with delicious dishes and unwavering hospitality, these historic hotspots have nourished generations fighting for social change. These places now stand as symbols of resilience, inspiring and feeding a new generation of community leaders. Ah, the avocado. From toast topping to sweet treats, even mac and cheese, this tasty green fruit is pretty much everywhere. But did you know the most popular variety, the Hass avocado, was developed right here in Southern California? So I came all the way across the country to find out how farmers and restaurant owners are making sure we're enjoying these for years to come. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other.
We call this right here the Avocado Tunnel of Love.
In the past 20 years, believe it or not, avocado consumption has tripled in the United States. Today, the average American eats 8 pounds of these babies every year. I'm at Rancho Vasquez, one of the oldest avocado orchards in the country. Here, the Vasquez family grows several different varieties. Let's avocado check it out.
Oh, welcome to Rancho Vasquez.
Art?
Yes,
Nice
Art.
to meet you.
How's it going, sir? Damian Vasquez.
Damian, nice
Welcome
to see
the
you
ranch.
guys. Army veteran Art Vasquez has turned his love for avocados into a true family obsession. 4 generations live together on this scenic ranch. Many of them work in the orchard and help run the business.
I've never been to an avocado farm.
Wow.
So it'll be a lot of fun.
You guys going to give me a tour?
Absolutely.
All right, let's go. Art's grandfather, Refugio Morones, moved to the U.S. from Mexico in the 1920s. He picked avocados and citrus fruit on several farms, but always dreamed of having his own orchard. When Art was 7, the family purchasing their first acre of this ranch.
And that's when my grandfather, Refugio, would start teaching me how to take care of the trees. That's when I really started loving picking. My brother and I would pick the avocados, take the avocados down to the town, knocking on doors, selling the avocados.
Art put his passion for produce on hold
to pursue a career in the auto parts industry. In 2002, he was able to buy the entire property, which was destined to be raised for new houses.
We've taken it from 250 trees all the way up to 3,750 trees. This is something, a sustainable legacy that I can leave here and teach my children, grandkids, and the family how to work the earth, how to grow things organically.
Art had also saved a piece of Golden State history. Avocados are native to Mexico, but some of the first avocado trees in the U.S. were planted in L.A. County in the mid-1800s. Henry Dalton, a wealthy trader who owned ranches in California, fell in love with the fruit during trips to Central America. In 1848, Henry planted the first avocado tree in Azusa.
So when he moved to Los Angeles and he took over and bought Rancho Azusa, he knew there was fresh water coming from the Azusa Canyon. And so because of having the fresh water source and the awesome soil, he knew avocados would be great here.
During a tour of the ranch, I got to see a living part of that history.
What makes it special is one of the first planted avocado trees in the western United States. This puppy is one of a kind. It's like us, Al. It's one of a kind, okay?
And it's still producing fruit?
Still producing fruit. Produces anywhere between 500 to 600-700 pounds of fruit a year.
Experts estimate this tree is more than 100 years old. It produces a type of avocado known as the fuerte, in Spanish meaning strong. It was the first avocado variety to thrive in the United States because it can withstand cooler temperatures. But in the 1920s, a new variety emerged in SoCal that would ultimately dominate the world market.
A guy by the name of Rudolf Haas, he was actually a postal carrier, but his hobby was growing. So he had an orchard at his house about 20 miles from here, La Habra Heights.
The Haas avocado was a total accident. An amateur farmer, Rudolf had purchased some mystery avocado seeds. When the tree matured, he was surprised by the dark, bumpy fruit it produced.
And that really took off commercially because it has a thicker skin. So for shipping purposes, and it's an amazing tasting fruit.
The fuerte and many other avocados stay green when mature, but the skin on a Haas turns black when ripe, hiding any bruises. It didn't take off right away among consumers in the U.S., so it took a few marketing campaigns for Americans to embrace this creamy variety of the fruit.
This 4th, put little green in your red, white, and blue.
Today, 80% of avocados grown worldwide are Haas.
Now here, this is one of the first Haas trees commercially ever planted. Got 2 Haas trees right here.
Until the 90s, the majority of avocados consumed in the country were grown in California and weren't available year-round. But all that changed in 1994.
President Clinton made NAFTA the law today, linking the United States to Canada and Mexico in one large trading bloc.
When NAFTA passed, avocados from Mexico became available everywhere, and folks could enjoy them anytime. Today even named avocado toast a top trend of the 2010s.
Avocado toast. I'm not sure how this happened, but there came a time in the past 10 years when people began to realize that their lives were not complete without it.
Thanks to clever campaigns, new diet trends, and an abundant supply, avocado consumption has boomed in the last 2 decades, growing into a multi-billion-dollar industry. Now, 90% of those avocados come from Mexico. However, this has led to major environmental impacts, like deforestation. Rancho Vasquez wants to combat the negative effects of monoculture farming. As an organic orchard, they follow strict guidelines to help protect the land.
How have the trees and what you grow tried to lessen the impact on the environment?
We pick the weeds by hand or we weed eat because it's all organic.
Yeah.
So we don't ever spray any weed killer or anything like that. The deer come and eat all the lower leaves and skirt the trees for us. And they turn that into natural manure.
Now, when it comes to picking, avocados require a gentle touch.
So we still do it the same high-tech way they did it 100 years ago.
Wow.
You
And this is my grandfather's pole right here.
Really?
Yeah, this is one of the old school ones. So you can pick any of these you want.
Okay.
So yeah, you just slide it right up till the avocado goes in the basket, and then you pull on the rope. There you go, you're almost there.
Pretty different. You're doing pretty darn good, you know?
A little bit further, and then pull the rope.
There you go, you got it. Good job. Here's a catch.
Ta-da!
There you go.
My
That's
first
a nice
avocado.
one, too. It's going to take a week to a week and a half right now to ripen and let it get soft.
How about going and tasting some?
Yes, sir. We picked some about a week or so, so they'd be perfect for you.
All right, let's do it. Believe it or not, there are more than 400 varieties of avocados. Rancho Vasquez in Azusa, California sells 6: the Fuerte, Hass, Lamb Hass, Reed, Pinkerton, and Gem. Each has a different shape, taste, and growing season. I've never seen such a round avocado. The ranch's avocados are prized by chefs and customers for their high oil content. That comes from the area's climate, nutrient-rich mountain soil, and secret farming techniques that have been passed down for generations.
The higher the oil content, the better the tasting fruit is. And then the longer it'll stay green.
You can taste and see the difference with their organic Hass.
It just keeps it
Oh,
really
you can literally
fresh.
see the oil coming out of that.
Yeah, so if you want to try just a little chunk, we'll give you a little chunk.
Oh, that's great. Next up, the family favorite, Fuerte. Oh, really a different flavor.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's almost like a saltiness and a creaminess in there. Aside from his wife's guac, Art's favorite way to eat avos is actually with honey.
It's called avocado dulce, which is avocado candy.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that's fantastic.
Isn't it great?
I would have never thought of that. Guys, this is just amazing. What does it mean for both of you to be owners of this legacy?
This is a legacy I do want to leave. My family, my grandkids, Damien, and this will be around for, I'm hoping and praying, for at least another 100 years, you know?
And what does it mean for you, Damien?
Oh, it's like he said, just a place where history can keep going. Because the trees were here before us, and they're going to be here after us. So we're just kind of stewards of the land in the meantime.
Let's share a little of this guacamole.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
But the chips fall where they may, as long as they've got guacamole on them. Avila's El Ranchito is a Southern California staple that's been in business for more than half a century. They've got 13 locations and counting of this family-run chain, but no two restaurants are exactly the same. Every Avila's owner puts their own spin on the family's traditional Mexican recipes. But here at the Seal Beach Outpost, they claim to have the best guacamole. So I've come to learn their secrets. It's time to guac and roll. Hey there, wow, got a lot of folks here. The aunts, uncles, siblings, and cousins behind Avila's El Ranchito really treat their guests like family. This location is run by Elise Avila Smith, a third-generation restaurateur. She credits the family's success to her grandma Margarita's hospitality.
You know, she just focused on really what we focus on, good, fresh food.
Salvador and Margarita, or Mama Avila, immigrated from Mexico to the U.S. in 1958. How did they get into the restaurant business?
My father had an opportunity to buy a restaurant and talked to my mother and decided, you know, this is a great opportunity.
Salvador using his life savings to purchase the old restaurant property in Huntington Park. He turned to his 6 kids, including Elise's dad, Victor, for support.
We would go after school and help them do whatever needed to be done. And my father was pretty much during the day taking care of the whole restaurant, and my mother was in the kitchen. So she was the only one in the kitchen.
And Grandpa Poldo was washing dishes.
Mama's traditional recipes have been passed down through many generations.
They've come from way, way back in Mexico.
When it first opened in 1966, Avila's was the only Mexican restaurant in the mostly white neighborhood. Many customers had no interest in Mama's traditional dishes, so she developed a strategy to draw people in.
It seemed like natural for my mother to offer the people whatever they wanted, so it's more like a home. If they didn't have it on the menu, then my mother would go in the kitchen and make it anyway.
Over the next 3 decades, the Avila siblings opened 6 new restaurants in Southern California. This expansion wasn't a coincidence. Americans at the same time were falling in love with Mexican food. In the early 80s, there were an estimated 2,500 Mexican restaurants in the U.S. Today, there are more than 60,000.
I was bussing tables here as a child.
Elise witnessed that growth as a kid, watching her dad expand the family business.
So I grew up doing homework in a booth. On top of that, I grew up with my grandparents living 1 street over from me. So I grew up cooking with her for years and years.
After college, Elise tried working in other fields, but she was always drawn back to the restaurants.
I'd be working by day, you know, I worked for a magazine. And then my brother opened his first restaurant, and I ended up serving tables at night. So no matter what I did, I kept ending up back in this business, and I loved it. I realized that this was my passion. It's in my blood.
How do you qualify to open up an Avila?
Well, it's a process, let me tell you.
Is it really?
I had to work every position in the restaurant. So I washed dishes. I worked in the kitchen for a few years. I've done it all.
After proving herself for a decade, Elise opened her own Avila's in 2015.
When I first opened my restaurant, I worked for several months from about 6 in the morning till midnight. And finally, I remember my dad and my brother came in for an intervention and said, "You need to go home."
You gotta sleep.
You gotta sleep. So I went home and they ran my restaurant for the night. And I knew with my dad and my brother here, there was nothing to worry about.
Every Avila's restaurant is unique, reflecting the family member who owns it and the location. They have different decor and specialty menu items. Elise puts her own spin on the brand by offering an extensive tequila cocktail menu.
Dad, I'm gonna make you a drink right now.
Make it strong. Salud, mija.
But there are several dishes you're going to find at every location. Avocados are crucial to many of the family recipes, including the signature guacamole and their beloved chicken soup. Tell me about Mama Avila's soup.
It's that soup that feels like home to me. But it is a chicken breast and rice soup. We make it from scratch every morning, including the broth. We put fresh avocado, cilantro, onion, and tomato in it.
And people go, and the first thing they do when they get off the plane is go to have some chicken soup.
You mentioned avocado goes into the soup. Tell me about the importance of avocado.
It's part of our culture. Bottom line is nobody wants to eat Mexican food without avocado and some guacamole.
So I'm curious, first you, Victor, what's the secret to a good guacamole?
You have to make it, you know, almost really as on a daily basis, almost an hourly basis. It needs to be fresh. It needs to be well seasoned.
And a little bit of love.
I like to think I make a good guac, but I'm sure I can learn from the best. So how about showing me how you guys do guac? Before making some guac, I enjoyed a cucumber margarita and got a taste of Mama's famous soup. That's great. I would never think about avocado in chicken soup. Oh my God.
I can't take credit for that one, Al. That's all Grandma. All right, you ready to make some guacamole?
You bet.
All right, so the first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna dump some fresh garlic in here.
Okay.
This is a traditional molcajete. From there, you're gonna sprinkle a little bit of salt
Just
on
a
top.
little
Just
bit
a
of
little
salt.
bit of love. And then you're gonna use the top to go ahead and grind it in there.
A molcajete, a Mexican mortar and pestle, is made from volcanic rock. And it's the family secret to great guac. The rough surfaces help crush the ingredients, releasing their natural oils better than chopping them up with a knife.
And we're gonna get in some fresh avocado. All right. And then you go ahead and mix that together. Now you gotta be gentle with the avocado,
soft.
with some
Be
love.
gentle, gentle. In go diced onions, lots of cilantro, and a good squeeze of lime juice.
Keep on mixing there, and you got yourself some good, fresh guacamole. I'm gonna dig in here with you too, Al.
Oh yeah.
You make good guacamole, Al.
I've learned from the best. Elise, to be part of something like this, what does it mean?
Honestly, I feel compelled to keep these beautiful recipes that are from, gosh, my great-great-grandparents running so that everyone that comes to our restaurant is able to taste them and to sit at our table and feel like family and just be a part of ours. Cheers.
How does a ceviche bar a little different from a sushi bar?
It's like a sushi bar, but more Mexican.
Uh-huh. This lively food court is home to several family-owned hidden gems. In fact, here you'll find Holbush, a modern eatery renowned for its sustainable seafood. The chef behind this vibrant menu pairs flavors from his childhood in Mexico with the freshest of California fare. Gilberto Cetina never thought he would dedicate his life to cooking, but his summers spent on the Yucatan Peninsula would later inspire a bold move.
Since I was a teenager, growing up in a coastal region, I would go diving with my cousins. We would dive down for octopus, we'd get lobsters, we'd get sea snails, and then he would take that back and cook it. And that was one of the first times that I felt a direct connection to food, because even back then, there was a disconnect, you know? Food came from the supermarket. And it was the first time I saw something that was like directly from the sea, and you can cook it and eat it right away. So that kind of blew my mind.
Gilberto immigrated to the U.S. when he was 5 years old. His father, Gilberto Sr., a former civil engineer, worked various restaurant jobs to support the family. How did your family transition from that kind of grassroots sort of food service to a real formal restaurant?
It really was through the help of the nonprofit that, you know, operates Mercado La Paloma.
This bustling market is run by Esperanza, or Hope, a nonprofit dedicated to revitalizing South Los Angeles and helping first-time business owners.
They gave us small business training, basic restaurant health department training. They co-signed loans so my dad could purchase the equipment. It was my dad's dream to have a restaurant that represented our Mexican food, the food of the Yucatan, which is very distinct from other regions of Mexico.
In 2001, Gilberto Sr. opened the family's first restaurant, Chichen Itza. The menu featuring traditional dishes like cochinita pibil, salbutes, and panuchos.
Lo empezamos la mamá de Gilberto y yo, o sea, mi esposa y yo. Al principio éramos dos personas nada más.
They needed help, but Gilberto was reluctant to join the family business.
I didn't want to cook. I didn't want to be in the kitchen because I grew up in a household where we always, cooking was always used to make ends meet, like a lot of, immigrant families. So when we opened the restaurant and my dad asked me to come along and help him out for 6 months, I was front of the house. Slowly, I just discovered the cooking and that I enjoyed it and, started learning from my dad.
Even without formal training, Gilberto quickly learning the ropes, becoming a savvy businessman. 10 years in, Chichen Itza was thriving with dozens of employees. They even released a cookbook.
Con el paso de los años, finalmente empezó a sentir la misma pasión que yo tenía por el negocio.
After taking over at Chichen Itza, Gilberto was ready for a new challenge, one inspired by those summer boat trips in Mexico.
Where does the name Holbox come from?
So Holbox is a place. It's an island off the coast of the Yucatan Peninsula.
He wanted to bring tropical, fresh from the sea vibes, along with an elevated experience, to diners in South Los Angeles. When Holbox opened in the same market, it changed many perceptions of what Mexican food could be.
We go outside of the realm of Yucatan and we do food from all different coastal regions of Mexico.
Gilberto's fusion dishes allow the freshest fish to shine. Menu staples include seasonal ceviches and an octopus taco. His innovative cooking has wowed locals and critics alike.
How does it feel to be nominated for a James Beard Award for this?
After the shock, I think the first thing that I felt was extreme pride in my team. To a certain level, I guess it feels a little bit like validation because we're doing something slightly outside of the box.
You look across Mexican cuisine, and one of the commonalities is the avocado. Why does the avocado work so well across cuisines in Mexico, but especially your cuisine?
The pairing of avocado goes extremely well with raw seafood preparations like ceviches and cocteles, and they're very bright, light, and acidic. I think avocado is the perfect complement because it gives it a little bit, creamy richness.
That delicate balance is best represented in the shrimp and scallop aguachiles, and I couldn't wait to try making it.
So aguachile is super simple. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna make a marinade that's gonna cook or denature our scallops, right? So we're just gonna take some cilantro.
Next up, the chili. Serrano peppers bring the heat. Persian cucumbers cool it down. There's a pinch of salt, ice to prevent oxidation, and a squeeze of lime juice. Then the marinade blends for just about a minute.
Now, we're just gonna take a bowl. Go ahead and put a couple of spoonfuls of these beautiful Baja California bay scallops.
Oh, look at those.
Now, we're gonna pour the marinade and hold on to the spoon for stirring. Perfect. That's about right. We wanna let that marinate for at least 5 minutes.
Gilberto takes his aguachile to the next level with an avocado rose. After pitting and peeling, it was time to get slicing.
Your knife can be straight because your avocado is at an angle, and we're pull cutting. You're just gonna do this now. Look.
Okay.
The key to a great rose? Super thin slices.
We're hiring,
Okay.
Now the next step, hands, right? We're gonna do this motion. We're gonna fan out the avocado, right? So, you see that?
Oh, wow.
There you go. Looking good there. I think that's good enough to roll. You're gonna start at the tip right here, and you just roll this one like that. You see how that's forming a really big flower.
Yes.
This is a pretty advanced skill, but I think it's one worth practicing.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a nice party trick, you know?
Sure. Impress your friends.
Yeah. So, which one should we use?
I think that one. Made by the professional. Time to plate it up.
That's looking beautiful. You're a lot neater doing this than I am. I'll take like a spoonful of them and just drop it on there and then arrange them on the plate.
Ah, pro tip. And of course, the finishing touches. Wow.
This is our scallop aguachile.
And I helped make it. Can something this pretty taste as good as it looks?
That looks like a good bite.
That's amazing.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
But yet so simple. Thank you, sir.
Al, it was a pleasure.
Fantastic. The Hass avocado may have started out as a lucky surprise, but for decades its popularity has been no accident. The Mexican-American culinary traditions passed down through the years have made this delicious and nutritious fruit a staple for so many of us across the country. And thanks to generations of enterprising families, this bumpy green fruit is going to have a very long shelf life. The surf, the sand, and endless waves of boardwalk bites. For generations, millions of Americans have been flocking to New Jersey's iconic beaches. In the early 20th century, the Jersey Shore pioneered boardwalk culture in the United States, introducing new forms of entertainment, gaming,